And we are live. This is Mod Hotep, Fresno, California, producer, songwriter. I've got Ross Hogarth, producer, engineer, musician. Ross, do you songwrite?
Yes, I do. I don't profess to keep up with the great, but yeah, I help write and I have co-written, and yes, the answer is yes.
Which instruments do you play?
Started out on drums and percussion, then needed melody, so I picked up a mandolin that my father had that didn't have all the strings, and started to pick melodies out of songs that were on the radio. Started to play stringed instruments because I was surrounded by stringed instruments with my mother's best friends were the Seeger, Pete Seeger, who's the famous folk singer. And all the people that surrounded him were the folk musicians, great folk players. And so I learned banjo and mandolin and dobro and way into slide guitar, and then took piano, and then played French horn because I love the sound of French horn. So I played French horn in orchestra when I was a kid. But that really wasn't rock and roll enough, so I got into punk bands as a guitar player. So, and then that's when I realized that I was, basically what led me to where I am today was I had an epiphany that I would be in a crushed velvet suit like in the Midwest playing cover songs, and that really scared me. At like 15, I was like, oh my gosh, I want to work with the greatest musicians, and I'm not going to be doing that as a player. So I ended up becoming a roadie and getting into the music business and the art of service, which has been the motto of basically most of my life, because that's what we do as engineers and producers. Yeah, the art of service. Service is an art.
Yeah, I'm going to want to talk about. Matter of fact, would you go ahead and talk about that right now? Actually,
yeah, I mean, I can talk for days on that, because to me that's, I mean, the whole mission in life is to, if you're going to be a great producer, a great engineer, a great mixer, even if it's your own songs, you want to serve the song, you want to serve the performance, you want to serve the ultimate result, which is serving people. You want to. So if you don't understand service, you can't be great at any of that. And even as a musician, you have to be able to serve people that are, listening to you play your instrument. If it's just about you and your vanity and your narcissism, then you end up only really what we call, for you English guys out there, wanking. And no one wants to be a wanker. So for me, early on, I learned, I was playing with musicians that I realized I was better than they were, and I wanted to be surrounded by people that were better than me, and that's been my mission my whole life, is to be pushed by the people I'm around. And so what better way than to show them that I'm into serving them? And so, if I go in the studio with Ziggy Marley or Keb Mo or Van Halen or whoever, it's not about me, it's about them. When I was a roadie, I wanted to make sure that every musician that stood on the stage never had to think about a cable or an amplifier going out, or a battery in their, stomp box or whatever. So all those things kind of ended up being the things that led me to, when I'm in the studio now, you end up listening not to what's in your head, but you listen to actually what's occurring in real time. Most people don't realize that they might miss a great performance, or they might miss like a great vocal take if in their mind they're thinking like, this is the way it should be, this is the way that I want it, and not really listening to what's happening. So it all comes back to service, serving, on so many different levels. And I mean, it's really one of the highest paybacks is when you can do that and not just do it for your own vanity or for your own ego, and have someone, you know, down the road say, man, you made such a difference. Because at the moment you're doing it, you're not doing it to be like applauded for it. You know what I mean? So you are doing it because you actually want them to get whatever they're trying to do out of it. So it's pretty, you know, that's pretty much the sum total. You know, if you were going to just like end this right now, that's about all I could say. That, no, I'm serious. It's like there's so much more to say, but that's really what it all comes down to, and has for me, you know. And it's, you know, it pushes me to look at each project and go, okay, where were the strengths, where were the, you know, what can I learn from what didn't work? Because that's, you know, ultimately, it's not just about the details of like mic placement and all that stuff. You know, it's just, there's just not, that stuff becomes secondary if you're doing, you know, the existential part.
Okay. With your career, and like when Ghost Web first came on, he said, man, he goes way back, and he was excited about it, right? Like he'll tell you.
That's a nice way of saying he's old.
Right, no, we're sitting, we're admiring your credits, your path, right? With all of this stuff that you've done, how do you still have that funny side? I mean, because you're over here saying audio nymphs and just having fun. How do you still have that funny side and you're still willing to share and teach? Because I've watched you teach people and take the time and still smile, and it's a genuine smile where you're having a good time. How do you still be like that after all these years?
You know, I truly love what I do, and I know this is going to sound really lame, but I actually love people. I mean, there are people that I don't want to hang out with, but I don't take the time. Like, I might think about what I don't like about some person or a situation, but I'm not going to dwell on that. I go like, just, all right, anything that I resist is going to persist. So if I'm resisting, if that person makes me not enjoy being with them, or if that situation, I'll actually go to a different situation, and that's the same thing for music. So I just love what I do. I mean, there's passion in my life, and you know, so that's kind of the core of it. And I really love people that are younger. Like, I just, you know, when you're little, you always want to be older. And then when you get older, you want to be younger. It's like no one's ever really happy where they are. Isn't that funny? But, you know, now that I've gotten older, the older you get, and I'm not even that old. I mean, I just crossed over 50 a couple years ago. But, I mean, when you get older, you actually look at the younger people, at the gift that they are. So that's the part of teaching that is just incredible, because they're teaching us with what either they don't know or with what they know that we don't know. You know, and that's really ultimately it, is like, you got to stay engaged in life, because the only thing you know for sure is that things are going to change. Like, I'm certain that tomorrow is definitely going to be different today somehow. So if I don't find a way to adjust the mirror every day, then I won't stay engaged in life. And it's all philosophy to me. It's all back to, you know, I am very philosophical, I have to admit. Like, I'm someone who lets that drive me. I don't let just like how I feel. A lot of times we wake up feeling cruddy. Like, a lot of times you wake up, you work late hours, and, you know, it's just, you know, you got to pound it, and you wake up and you're like, man, I'm so tired. And then you go, well, hold on, man. Look what I got to do today. I'm going to get a chance to like push faders up and listen to music, or I get to like go record musicians, and sheesh, I mean, what am I complaining about? So if you don't put your tongue in your cheek and have a good time doing it, no one wants to be around you anyway. So you better like enjoy life, enjoy people, and let them if you're not having a good time, find people around you that make you feel good, and then let that, it's sort of like misery loves company. Well, I don't love misery, so they can have it. That's really it. It's like, so I just stay inspired by it, and I'd like to change the styles of music I work in pretty consistently so that keeps me inspired too. I have very wide taste in music, earth to light, basically.
Such as hip hop?
I love hip hop. I mean, my kid just played me the new Kendrick Lamar because he was like, "Hey, Dad, what's this? What is this?" And I'm like, "That's the Isley Brothers, bro." I'm like, "That's like the new Kendrick Lamar song's got the Isley, but he's using who's that lady? I think behind it." I mean, that to me is like, it's great that we can mash up music now. I mean, because it basically, like he and his pals, came over, a few years ago. Whenever Dave Brubeck was using Blue Rondo, I think it was also is it Kendrick? You guys have to school me on that. I think it's Kendrick that also used Blue Rondo, a la Turk, in his one of his songs, which opened a whole culture up to it's opening people up to jazz. It's like I take jazz and I hide it on my son's iPod like a few years back. Now he's going, "Hey man, I got Miles Davis, Coltrane, Charlie Parker." It's like, yeah man, that's the shit, so I mean, it's that hip hop is, it's really great. It's all being mashed up, but going back is funny because on some of the early stuff, samples weren't being cleared, man, and people were getting sued for using stuff because people didn't even know in the early days of hip hop that that you had to clear a sample. I was talking just the other day to my friend Stu Fine, who started the label. Gosh, it's that had Lord Finesse and Gangstar and the earliest New York guys, and they got sued, man. Every single time they put something out, they were getting sued. It was like Stu was like, "Man, it's cost me so much money to run this label," because they didn't understand, So yeah, no, I love hip hop. I actually do, and it's funny because I only really worked the only thing I really worked on that people know is like early Grandmaster Flash, and that was just by virtue of the fact that I was out here and they knew me from New York, and but I'm mainly known for a guy that puts up microphones and records bands and artists and stuff like that. But what I listen to, people don't know how deep, on any given day, what I'm listening to.
What you say, Grandmaster Flash? What did you do on that?
They and I can't even tell you the record because you'd have to look it up. It was back in the early '80s. I was working in Giorgio Moroder's studio as his engineer, which seems like a random thing. Moroder's known for Cat People and Flashdance and Scarface and American Gigolo and Top Gun, and we worked on many movies out of that out of our camp there. He had some amazing cats around. But since the studio was a private studio, people would come into LA and not want to work in the places where they would be found out that they were working. And so he had, and one of the things we did was really cool. I think it was Magic Carpet Ride with John Kay from Steppenwolf. And it was him and Grandmaster. It was like, again, early, hybrid, one of the great rock songs, Magic Carpet Ride, Steppenwolf with, hip hop flavor inside. It's like get John Kay in to sing it. Early sampling with the AMS sampler. We had digital machines, the first digital machines in LA, where I could actually fly stuff around. So that was one of the things that I think I was on the phone with one of the cats and saying, they were like, well, we want to come out and we want to work somewhere where there's some technology we hear that you can actually take, and we can just like take pieces of songs and fly it in, and because now it's all, you don't even think about what we do on the computer. But back in the day when technology was not there, to just fly anything was like a big deal. He was either on a piece of half-inch tape or it was coming off a AMS, and you only had so many seconds. So for me to take a big chunk of time and line it up, lock it up, fly stuff around in digital was like, that was really fresh, you know. So, and also we passed around tapes like people pass around hard drives. We'd have the same song going in 3 different studios. Today, everyone thinks of, you know, you don't even think about it. You know, you're working on something, you just send your file. People are overdubbing everywhere and around the world. But we had a studio with 3. Actually, we had 5 digital machines. So we had 2, and then 1 in one room. So we could do tapes and just, it was just, you know. So I think on that one we had each room going, and guys were like, you know, doing, you know, drum machines and vocals and this and that. It's pretty cool.
Melissa Etheridge.
Yeah. Is this like a word association game?
Right, yeah, right now, yeah. I'm looking at the Melissa Etheridge, I'm like, bruh, tell me something.
She sings her butt off. That's, I mean, she's like a one-take Jake.
Really?
Yeah. You put up a vocal mic, she opens her mouth, 4 minutes later, it's like, all right, you made your record. Now you could spend the next 2 hours or 2 weeks or whatever, but it's done. She's amazing. She's a sweetheart. That was fun. I was her engineer on a couple things, and it was like months later, I get this email, and she was like, I really loved the sound and working with you. I didn't really enjoy the producer that we were working with. Do you want to produce with me? And I was like, wow, I'm flattered. That's really cool. It kind of hurt to work with, because you don't ever want to, people that you like working with, you don't ever want to take gigs from them, you know, and so you never do that. It's like an unsaid rule. You just, but it just hadn't worked out for the two of them. So, and so that was lovely. You know, I enjoyed that a lot. I brought in my peeps, musicians I love to work with, and introduce them to her, and she has still to this day taken some of them on the road. And Kenny Aronoff has always been like, he's one of my best friends and greatest allies in life.
Drummer?
So, yeah, Kenny refers me to a lot of gigs. He's been awesome for me.
Yeah, I was listening to him talking about his path a little bit. It's like, wow, that when you go back and you start looking at people in their depth, like what schools they've been through, it's like, wow, everybody has these interesting stories. Like with you, I'm sitting there thinking you should do a book like the Ross Hogarth journey or something, and since you have this funny side, you can just go through and just like Van Halen, everything, Ratt. I'm sitting there drawing a blank. Bob Seger. If you were to just run through and just tell stories about all that stuff, all the craziness, and just yeah, that might be a fun book to. A
lot of it you couldn't put in print because it's even like on the internet now. There's things I'm gonna have to like edit myself because it's gonna live out there forever. So it's like, you and I, if we were sitting over a cup of coffee, we could, But that's one of the things that you have to, you also know, is that there are things that we call, road rules, which are like they apply to the studio. I think they made a commercial out of it. It was basically like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but they stole that from the road. Like what happens on the road stays on the road. Now, honestly, and I'm just totally serious about this, I've been married forever. That's the other thing about my life, that is, I'm happily married. And I love my wife, and I'm not someone that I don't test, like, boy, what if I do this? Will that happen? You know what I mean? Because, if A equals B and B equals C, then C is going to equal A, and that's going to mean you probably are going to be alone, So, and, so we don't test certain things that other people do test, like the cats that, like, have had, like, many divorces and all this stuff. Because the road is like, it's rough out there, man. I mean, you see a lot of rock musicians or a lot of musicians, they're into their like fourth marriage. It's because they just couldn't, they couldn't keep it together. They didn't see the fact that like the grass is not greener on the other side. It really isn't. It's green right here, right now where you are, and you better make it happen if you're committed to it. So writing a book about all the crazy stuff, you'd have to get into indiscretions probably, because that's all people really ultimately, they want dirt in those books and stuff. And but there's some great funny stories. There definitely is. It's like I was telling a story at dinner a weekend ago, and my wife said, I never heard that. And she goes, you never told me that. And I'm like, well, there are a lot of stories that you've never heard. You just have to you have to hang out enough. And the story, this is like, this is not anything that isn't common knowledge, but there's a famous drummer, and I won't say who it is, it doesn't matter, who's had a cocaine problem, and so he wanted to do a lot of cocaine during the show, and so his roadie and I came up, because we worked together with him, but he had a specific roadie that was his job, and so we came up together with the idea that we would put the cocaine in the bottle cap, like in an empty bottle cap. So we went to the Coca-Cola bottling company and got a bag of bottle caps, so we could put it right behind him, so he could turn around and do his blow and throw it over his shoulder. And so at the end of the show, there'd be like 100, 200 bottle caps behind him, and it's like, that shit just doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't. Those days are long gone. People realize that stuff was poison, and even the kids, kids, they know that stuff's bad news. It's like you don't need it. But back in the day when it was still kind of fresh and rock and roll was like still about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It's not anymore. It can't be. It's too hard. To go on to the serious side of the conversation, it's too hard to make money in music to throw it away and waste any opportunity. It used to be way different. I used to go from Rumbo Studios, where I was the chief engineer, and go down to Sound City when one of the rock bands needed drugs, and the guy maybe at Sound City was the one that had the drugs, and I would go there and we'd say, oh, we're going to get more reels of tape. Those days are gone, man. It's like, you have to, you got to, it's more of a craft. And that's why they're Berkeley, Blackbird Academy, Tucson, these schools are actually really important. And it used to be the school of the road was the only school you had. And when you were, when you were a member of the school of the road, you knew you couldn't tell those stories, because you'd get kicked out. It was like a club that you were inside of that was like a private club, man. So I see someone asking me, did I record REO at Rumbo? I worked. I get to tell another story. This is good. REO made a couple of their biggest records at Rumbo. Their producer is a guy named Dave DeVore. He is one of my best friends in life. One of the guys that was one of my I'm one of his, he's one of my mentors, mentees. But he was very, very influential in me coming up back in the day. And so I didn't record REO, but I definitely hung mics and hung out in the studio. But he had a specific assistant that he worked with, so I was always working in some other room. But we're super, super tight, and I stay in touch with him today. He made all those great records. DeVore made High Infidelity and whatever the great REO records are. And so one of the good REO Speedwagon stories was when they, at one point in their career, they had gotten into like health consciousness, like super health consciousness. And they all were supposed to be on like some kind of diet. There was some fad diet in the mid-'80s everyone was on. Except those guys were all like, they'd come to me, each one individually throughout the day, because there was like a Carl's Jr. on the corner. And they'd come to me because I was like still like kind of the up-and-coming engineer assistant, and I wasn't really part of their session. And they'd go, hey, Ross, look, here's $10. Go buy me like 2 burgers and fries, and then here's my keys. Put it in my car. and when you come in, I'll know that it's out there. So like you can't eat like a couple of burgers and a couple of bags of fries and not smell like that shit. So they would sneak out the door, each one of them individually, thinking that they were all gaming each other, and the studio would like be reeking of burgers and fries, and they'd all be looking at each other like, man, I'm pulling this over on you. And then like their cook would come in with like brown rice or whatever, and they'd be like, nah, man, I'm not really that hungry. Nah, I'll eat that later. So eventually DeVore is like, come on, cut the shit, man. I'm the producer. I'm producing the fact that you guys are full of shit. It was awesome. All right, Matt, keep going.
Okay, what advice would you give to
I
upcomers?
answered that because it was someone here. Brad said, hey, did you record REO? So anyway.
Yeah, not a problem. Upcomers, like, what advice would you give to upcomers, just off the head real quick?
Keep your eyes shut. And don't speak until spoken to. No, I mean that's kind of pretty harsh, but it's true. Like, surround yourself with people that are better than you, and do whatever it takes to be of service to them, so that they want you around them. So it's a mixture between having a personality and no personality. Like, you got to know when to be invisible, and you got to know when to be seen, and because you don't want to be just completely ambient and invisible, and then have no, don't offer anybody anything. But at the same time, no one, you know, in the high-level game needs another producer in the room with another producer, unless the producer wants someone else, or the engineer doesn't. It's sort of that balance between being, this is going back to the concept of service. It's sort of like in a restaurant, like the waiter that gets in your face and tells you like too much information, and you kindly feel like, hey man, I just want to like read the menu and order. At the same time, you really love the waiter that is like, you look up and the water glass is filled and you didn't even have to ask for it or whatever. So there's those things that are really kind of in the unseen. It's like a lot of kids go to school and they learn a lot of information and they come out of school, but they don't know how to really apply it. And so when their feet touch the floor and they are in, like, you know, their first like opportunities, they tend to want to be too caught up in all the technical stuff and don't realize that this business is about people. It's about getting along with people and learning how to get along with people. So it's not about as much what you know, it's how you apply yourself with what you know, and how you apply yourself to the people you're working with and understanding situations. So, you know, we still seem to, like, this whole concept of entitlement really keeps coming back to me. Like, I find, and one of the things I really like to do with, you know, situations like right now and talking to, like, I'm talking out there where, you know, someone's going to hear what I have to say, so, and they think that, you know, maybe what I have to say, like, I'm not that concerned with, like, the other part of my gig, which is, like, the tutorials I do on how you position a microphone. Yes, you can move a microphone a quarter of an inch and it'll make a huge difference, or whatever. You know, those things are crucial to that, and they're very specific. But if you don't get why you're doing it, if you don't understand why you're even there, if you don't understand how to apply that to a situation, you completely miss the boat. And a lot of up-and-coming kids get so caught up in the minutia that they miss the bigger picture. You know, the cliche, forest in the trees. But it's true. You have to understand what you're doing before you do it. So to be a great assistant, like Ghost, who won in the Pensado Awards, someone identifies that he makes a difference on their session to the point that he's being acknowledged for that. But when he's in there doing that, I guarantee that guy knows how to be invisible when he wants to be invisible. That's probably part of why you're called Ghost. It's because it's like, wow, did I just see a ghost? How did that just happen? It's sort of like like the ninja concept of how a ninja can just kill you and you don't even know he just cut your head off. It's like that's really crucial to be able to be that person that can do that, that can like be so of service that people don't even get it. They don't even get that they've like, and that's part of learning how to be a great producer. Great producers aren't attached to their ideas. They know how to impart an idea so the artist believes it's their idea. And when the artist leaves, it's not about the producer going, oh, I'm so great that I did that. No. In the end, if the song became better, the producer can take credit for the fact that his, ghost-like or ninja-like qualities made the artist believe that it was their idea. Because in the end, who cares? So going all the way back to your question, it's crucial that when you're up and coming, that you find people around you.
Learning how to be a great producer. Great producers.
Mike, yeah.
I had to mute Max. Max, now that you're in the Hangout, you got to mute your YouTube. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah. So I mean, you know what I'm saying. It's that those are the crucial parts that I look for, that I want to impart, because those are the ones that made a difference when I was coming up. Because, like, people wanted me on the road with them because I made sure that either they didn't have to worry about their gear or whatever it was that I was doing, or that their monitors, that's a crucial thing. Headphone mixes are just like monitors on stage. If you're an engineer and you pay no attention to the headphone mix because you're so used to everyone having those More Me boxes, whatever those are new to the last like 15 years. In the days of engineering, me coming up, I lived with a set of headphones on, and that headphone was those headphones were not like what I wanted to hear. That was what I was constantly listening to, like what the singer's mix was, what the drummer's mix was, what I wanted to make sure that the musicians were hearing what they needed to hear. It wasn't just about me just sitting behind the speakers, just rocking out, not caring, because I could be happy and the performance could suck because they can't hear themselves well enough. So it's really coming always back. All the stuff always comes back to service. Always back to service. If you have service in your brain, in your mind, even as a musician, I mean, until you're the top of the heap rock star or the top of the heap star, I was watching Kanye. Man, have you seen that interaction with Kanye and come on, help me out, where Kanye goes, I'm Shakespeare, it's like, oh my gosh, it's like, dude, you have now crossed the line into such self-importance. I guess you're allowed to be that because you're Kanye. And okay, we'll give you that, we'll allow, yeah, sway, yeah, it's Kanye and sway. Oh my gosh. That was for me, I was like, man, I always want to like you, Kanye, but you are so obnoxious right now. It's like, you don't ever want to be that guy. It's sort of like, no, let only one person be that guy. Just be humble and get to where you want to get to, and your humility will make you great.
All right. Damon Martin in Pensado Students posted a couple of questions for you. I'm going to read one or two off real quick. Says, question for Ross. In your career, how did you recover or reinvent yourself when work was coming in really slow?
Interesting question. I think you have to be ahead of the game, or else you're, like people say, you got to live in the moment. But if you live in the moment, you're late because that moment happened. Oop, just missed it. So I tend to try to keep my eyes peeled on the future and still live in now. And so things like the word slow. For me, that's more about like people paying less money than slow. Like that's what I had to be like able to shift. And I think, you know, I'm not trying to be cocky about this, but I'm really never slow, and I haven't been slow for years because I'm always willing. Like if I go out at night with friends, and for example, like I, you know, was out, you know, at a dinner party where people ended up playing music in the end of the night, and this piano player and the singer just were killing it in the room. And then afterwards, we're talking over a cup of coffee, and I said, you know, have you ever recorded your music just like, where do you guys rehearse? And he goes, well, in my living room. I go, and how's that sound? He goes, oh, I love it. It's my favorite piano. He goes, I go, well, have you ever just thought about bringing in some mics into your living room and like recording your next like EP in like a living room? And he's like, wow, that's a great idea. And Matt, you just disappeared. I see your face. Anyway, and so that conversation led to him saying, wow, that's a great idea. And then it led to that becoming like, okay, well, this is when I'm doing this. Let's do this. And then now because it's my idea, I wasn't even saying it like a business venture kind of idea, but that idea inspired him like, that's a great idea. I love that. And it was the same thing that happened over a conversation at another time and place where I was sitting with some friends. Someone told a great story. And I was like, man, that should be a children's book. That is an amazing, empowering story for children. You ever thought about taking your little simple story about being a woman that wanted to play baseball when you were little and pretended to be a guy so you could play baseball with the guys, and then you hit this home run and goes over the fence and hits a cow. And it's amazing. And she goes, that's incredible. I go, yeah, you should do like an audio book, and you should do. So now we're working. So I'm always like, I've got like 20 things going on all the time because my mind doesn't stop. So if you only live like in a one little narrow rut, you are going to get slow and you will be uninspired. But if you somehow look at like anything out there as an opportunity, I don't know if you're ever going to be slow. There's too much to do. You're almost going to be like there's not enough hours in the day. Now, then you're going to have the challenge of like, well, what makes money? How do I pay my bills? What's this? What's that? So those are the balances now because music makes less money. It just does. We aren't getting paid what we used to get paid because, you know, just last month, as much as you two made $100 million, word association, music, free. Whoa, when did that happen? If I'm an engineer and I get paid to record music and music is free, then they want me to work for free. No. Well, hold on a second. You know, you don't have word association, roofer, free, carpenter, free, music, free. So we've got to now work inside of this alternate universe, and that's a challenge. It definitely is. I'm not gonna kid you about that, you know. So that challenge is reinventing the ways that we get paid, or how we work on what we get paid, you know. And that's an inquiry. Inquiry, I think we're all in, all the time now. It seems like every panel, every conversation ultimately comes back to either people being bitter about what's happened, and then you're going nowhere if you're bitter, or just being in the inquiry about how we're going to all take this, because I don't think any of us know where it's actually going, because it's moving so fast. But the one thing I know for sure is that if you're an outlier, if you're someone who believes in your craft and putting in the hours to get to be good, you're always going to rise above. You're going to always be above the medium line. You know, outliers, people that you know, the guys we all If you want to be a guitar player, you sat and you had to do your chops. Engineer, you have to sit behind the speakers. You're not going to become a great mixer overnight. You're not going to become a great producer overnight. It's just not going to happen overnight. You got to be an outlier, and you got to be willing to put in the time. And there's no shortcut to that. There just isn't. There's, you know, a cat might write a lucky one-song riff or whatever, but he's not going to work for years writing that same riff. He's going to have to continue to reinvent himself and keep his eyes open. So, you know, that's, you know, all these answers, I kind of go down this rabbit hole of answering. I'm sorry, but, you know, you just, someone wrote, you can't teach experience. No, you can't. But you can continually keep your eyes open and be inspired by the world around you, and that's constantly changing. So you're always, if you're looking for a good idea, you'll always have one if you keep your eyes open. And then you can't.
We like you going down the rabbit hole and giving the information, bro. So MT Champion is asking, what do you do to strengthen your limitations? Like, you have all these genres you've gone through, things are always changing. What do you do to strengthen your limitations that you haven't already said?
Well, I'm always on the edge of all, like, I love the constant advancements in technology. I spend my, like, if I'm working on a mix, I don't like looking at the waveforms. That's my joke about quality waveform. That's my, my new business card is going to say quality waveform productions. What you see is what you hear. So in that you know, context, if I'm in front of the computer and I'm mixing, I'll flip to the internet and I'll be reading the you know, Digi users, you know, I'll be looking at, like, what's going on, and I'm constantly looking at, I'm reading articles, and I'm all over the place between technology and economy, and so that's always, my mind is always, you know, it's a dangerous place. If I go there alone, I might mug myself. So, I mean, I love technology. I do. I'm a gearhead. I'm just way into, you know, past, present, and future. So, I'm the guy that Ghost and I were talking, like, about, you know, Logic. It's like, I constantly am like, okay, what do they do to Logic? I better learn this now, because I'm going to be stuck somewhere where someone's going to want me to work in Logic. I better learn Ableton, because someone's going to want me to, you know, Ableton's not used, you know, we didn't use it on Van Halen, but so I got to know how to put up microphones. I got to know if there's a better, you know, working with Mojave or Royer, we're coming, you know, what's the next thing? You know, is it a tube ribbon? Is it a, you know, so technology inspires me because I want to learn always what's out there, and, you know, I'm always inspired by going and walking around the AES show or going to conferences and talking to people. So those are the things that keep me fresh on that tip. And then musically, I'm, like I said, I'm earth to light. I'm someone who goes all the way back and loves, you know, all different styles of classical music and jazz and field music that led to the blues and Big Bill Broonzy and, you know, all sorts of eclectic, you know, weird 78 blues stuff and you know, the sound of jazz. And so if you listen to music and you ear train yourself, you're going to be inspired that you don't make all your records sound the same, because you end up getting some effects that you copy off of, like, people's presets or whatever, and you just get stuck sounding like Chris Lord Alge or whatever you think is cool because you use his presets. You know, those things no one can make you can't do Chris Lord Alge, because Chris Lord Alge hears Chris Lord Alge. He might give you some presets that help you sort of simulate something and give you a starting point, but we all hear music differently. That's the beauty of what we do. No one is in your head. I mean, no one, like I said, you don't want to be in my head. It's a dangerous place, and I'm in here alone a lot of times. You know, it's a dark alley with no streetlights. But you know, on the lighter side of that is, like, you have to have the self-confidence to know that no one hears music like you, and be committed to your choices, and just get committed, do some wacky stuff, that wacky stuff becomes the art that goes, wow, listen to what, that Radiohead. Well, no, they weren't trying to be Radiohead. They are Radiohead. So be inspired, but do it your way and be committed to it. Like, I think one of the things that's, happening out there in rock music particularly that I think is really cool is there's bands like Rival Sons that they don't really play songs, but it's just sort of like, it feels like, makes you feel like Led Zeppelin. They have sort of like, they're derivative enough but fresh enough, but then like they distort the hell out of the mix to the point that like, you go, whoa, yeah, Royal Blood. It's like, I just love when people are doing stuff that's outside of the mainstream. It inspires me to go, wow, okay, I got to keep pushing myself. And sometimes I like making records that sound super clean too. Like if I record a record, I really enjoy like making sometimes the music just sound impeccable, because everyone can make it sound crappy. So I'm going to go, now I'm going to do this record and make it sound impeccable. And then when you go to mix it, you go, okay, but this one section I'm just going to blow up. It's going to go, and it's like scene changes in a play or something, because we are living in a very much short-term attention span society. So you've got to have a lot of quick cuts and scene changes. And so, you let the time and place we're living in drive sort of where your inspiration is. And I think that's kind of why I do work, in so many different genres. It's like a lot of times I'll have to like reverse engineer myself into that genre per se. Like if I'm going to go do, like right now I'm going to go do a band called Flogging Molly, I'll go listen to everything they've ever done and catch the DNA of what I believe is where the DNA was truly, and then what was missing. And no, I don't want to go down. I'm not going to go down the hole that was the hole that they went down when they did what didn't work. And so, anyway, so.
Okay. Your Grammys. Which Grammys did you get? Which songs did you get Grammys for?
I realized that I have one. I was sitting with. This is so weird. I was sitting with Bruce Swedian at Sweetwater, and I realized that I worked on Back on the Block engineers. So that won a Grammy. That because I'm part of that record. That was before they gave actual Grammys to engineers, but you still are a Grammy winner. And then I won for Keb Mo, Slow Down, blues record, Best Blues, 1997. And I won Ziggy Marley, produced Love Is My Religion. That's 2006 or something like that. 7. And then I included just 2 years ago one of 3 engineers into the Royer Technical Excellence and Technical Advancement, we brought, like, Royer got a Grammy for bringing ribbon mics back into technology, into the marketplace, and we won. And so I was acknowledged with Bruce and Al Schmidt for that, which is, for me, like, I feel like Zelig. Like, how did I ever get pulled into the same conversation as Al and Bruce?
Was that because of using the ribbons on was it the cabinets on loud sources?
Yeah, I was when they were designing the first like the 121, which is the original Royer. Before Royer was a company, they gave me, the prototype. They were handing them around, and I was the first guy to put it up on a cabinet. I've never blown a ribbon, a Royer ribbon. I've never blown a Royer ribbon. I've blown a lot of RCAs back in, like, Motley Crue. In the 80s, we were always putting ribbons because they have an amazing way of hearing music the way that our ears hear sound. So ribbons hear sound very much the way that our own ears hear, and because of our tympanic membrane and the way that it fluctuates, the same way very much like a ribbon does, and that's why ribbon mics are still to this day and are becoming and are back in technology because of Royers bringing them back. But back in the days like late 70s and 80s, when everything became like condensers and FETs, and a lot of ribbons never got fixed, and they all sounded like crap. If you pulled them out of the mic locker, they were blown, and people would put them up and they go, oh, this sounds like shit, or put it on the vocal, that sounds like hell. And a lot of mic pre's weren't being designed to be basically targeted toward the lower impedance that the ribbon really enjoys. So that's one thing that's come out now and coming out of the next AES that I'm involved in, really a fan of, is Phil Moore of Retro Designs has brought the RCA OP6. It's a mic pre about this big. It's a box. It's amazing, and it has it's got a 50 ohm. It's got this really low impedance, and it's just, I mean, it'll turn your nice big fat 44 or whatever, and that mic pre matched with that is what the records that from the 40s, 30s, and 40s. Those microphones were made to have that impedance, and it's like supercharges a ribbon. So anyway, to go off on the tangent, sorry, but to go back to what you were saying, I was putting up the 121 on cabinets, right up on there next to a 57 and a 421 at times, and making started to make these guitar sounds with rock, and at that point in time in the mid 90s and 90s, new metal and a lot of metal was dropped down to even B, which becomes a whole science project to get a guitar to play in B or C sharp or drop C, and that's so much low end being blown out of the cabinets that a lot of times I would, the Royer was just being used for that, like that air that a 57 cannot capture. And people, like at Royer, like Rick Parada was, to this day, he's pissed at me because, he didn't want to believe, and I love Rick, and I'm saying this out loud because if Rick sees this, he'll know that I'm kind of jesting, but Rick was like, don't tell people you can do this because we're going to get all these mics back, and we're going to have to be like re-ribboning these things for days. And then John Jennings would be like, but Ross doesn't blow them up. The only time you really blow a ribbon, for the most part, if it's not sound through, and your patch point, will ground at that one point where there's phantom power, like on the console that has got phantom power permanently at the patch point of the patch bay, because like Neves and a lot of consoles, you can't just turn off the power, the phantom. It's just on every channel on old consoles. So as you're going through the patch point, it shorts the ground and poof, it poofs the ribbon. So if you don't do that, or if you're using an external pre with no phantom, you don't have the problem of phantom power, because phantom also will pull on a ribbon over time. Because a ribbon that doesn't need like a 121 that doesn't run on phantom power, you don't want the phantom pulling on the ribbon for weeks if it's plugged in or something. So phantom is not good on ribbons, but that's not truly, there's a lot of fallacies about phantom and ribbons, because phantom power just doesn't blow a ribbon. It just doesn't. So anyway, we started to push the limits of these ribbon mics, and John Jennings continually talks about coming to my sessions where like I'm producing Coal Chamber and these bands that are like tuned way down, and he said he would go out in front of the cabinets and it would want to make him like like it would just vibrate his guts, and he'd go back to Rick and he'd go, Ross is like pushing the envelope on these things, and I think this is going to be great for guitar recording, because he is telling me that the mid-range and the low end he's getting out of these microphones he could never have done, because he could never put an RCA or a Coles that close to a cabinet. You would blow it. The sound pressure would take out those microphones, the ribbons in those mics, because you cannot take a Coles and stick it inside a kick drum. Goodbye. Poof. You can't take a 44 and put it in front of a kick drum. It's not going to happen. I mean, you don't ever want to go into a ribbon anyway. But a 121 or a 122, a 122V, these things they're sturdy, they're made, the way that ribbon extrudes on the back end, it doesn't blow up, and I've never blown one up. So I was the guy to push that envelope, and today now, when you ask guitar players, you know, what do you do? Oh, I use a 121 and a 57. Well, I'm very proud that I'm the guy that sort of made that happen, but this goes back to my concept of service. Like, I don't like walk around like on the website, the man that made it happen, or any of that shit. That's like crazy. No, they made these mics and they put them in my hands, and I'm a guy that was recording guitars and loves recording guitars, and will always love a microphone on a guitar instead of like a Kemper or a Pod or any of those. It's plastic. If you have the chance to put a microphone moving air on an instrument, it's always going to basically sound better to me, in essence. I mean, no matter what. Samples are awesome, but samples are samples of sound. It's like you want air on your record. So particularly on something like a guitar, where it's so easy to put a microphone in front of an amp, you know, it's like the ribbon mic adds air because of its figure 8 and gives a size that you can't get out of a dynamic microphone. It just does. So, you know, that's you know, I'm very proud of that. I really am, you know. So
before you move on, guys, move on, Phil Moore just said right on, Ross, to your shout out. So,
well, Phil Moore is, I mean, he is one of the best, man. He is, you know, not, and as a human being, he's just incredibly awesome. But his contribution to bringing technology back into our modern vernacular is like what it's all about. Because people are using stay levels because of him. To go find a stay level, and I mean a stay level compressor, that meter can go as far over into pegged over, and you don't hear it work. Like all you hear is music, and he makes gear that is musical. And to me, that's the end result. That's all we want, is you want to use gear that makes music. And that's what I love about Phil, is that Phil, you know, he has great ears. He is a guy that sits with his aesthetic of the old radio, because he's an old radio, you know, not old radio, like, you know, back in the days of radio, when radio engineering is what technology that we're used to hearing has come from. Phil's the man, and you know that's why bringing back the OP6 mic pre, you guys are going to be freaking out. You're going to be taking like a 57 or some little dynamic mic and putting it in that mic pre, and it's going to change the way you think about your microphones, because you can literally take a microphone, and it used to be the other way around. It was like if someone said to me, what's the really most important part of your chain, you'd say the mic. Well, besides the instrument and the player, it'd be the microphone. Now there are mic pre's that actually color the sound to the point that they are as important in some respects as the microphone. Because if you take a microphone and mismatch it to a mic pre, it actually detracts from the microphone. But if you take and match it to a mic pre, or that mic pre blows up the microphone in a way that it makes like a simple dynamic mic or a sort of uninspired FET turn into like this 10-foot tall tube mic, Phil is making gear that has a sound like that. The stay level, the 176, his stereo EQ, his power strip, which basically has like an Altec type compressor inside it, and now and the double wide, which is like a stay level, and then this this mic pre. It's shocking. It's really beautiful. So
what's Phil's company's name?
Retro Instruments, and I'm really happy to pimp him because he deserves it. He's so. And someone said, "Ooh, looked at the OP6 price." Well, you know, there's a lot to that mic pre. I'm sorry, so it takes a lot to make it, but no, Retro Instruments, amazing stuff, and yeah.
I'm gonna have to post that in Pensado students so we can all go check it out. I'm we've been talking about it. I want to get a ribbon mic for vocals, and so I'll need a ribbon mic and a pre.
To match to it, yeah.
What am I looking at price-wise, and does Royer make pre's?
No, Royer does not.
Just the mics?
Yeah, Royer just does microphones. AEA actually makes a pre that is the 500 series. I think it might be in a powered box, but the AEA pre is kind of cool because it's got some top end air. Moog makes Maag M-A-A-G. Moog makes a pre that does a nice job, you know, Chandler, actually, those pre's sound really nice. The interesting thing about a ribbon mic and a vocal, it's the one place, unless you have, like, and I'll just say this like straight up, for me, a 121 or a 122, even a 122V, they would not be my first go-to choice on a microphone for a vocal in general. A 44 with the right mic pre, on certain vocalists, absolutely, but it's going to be a large and thick and you know, interesting sound. If someone's super bright, you know, or super thin, that's probably a good place to go. But I'm still honestly a tube or a FET or even an SM7. I mean, SM7 is one of the sneakiest vocal mics ever made. It, you know, is an amazing. It's an amazing microphone. You know, there's so many great vocals done on SM7s. You know, it's a microphone that can take a ton gob of gain. The Mojaves are the closest thing you'll find to sort of the 67 vibe, the 200, incredible microphone, 301 FET. You know, so this is a very, very specific conversation. Like, I believe that, you know, people's voices are, that's the one thing coming down the center of your you know, that's like, you better have a good vocal sound, or at least an applicable vocal sound for the records that you're making. So it's a very personal thing. You know, this is where you have to understand the kind of voice you're recording or the kind of voice you have, because if you have a real mid-rangey, really spiky voice, you know, you probably won't sound on like great on a like really expensive C12 kind of microphone, or frankly, there's a lot of Chinese capsules that are super bright and thin, and you know, so you get kind of buy into the sales pitch, you know, that's happening on whatever it might be, like, oh man, you know, 47, you gotta have a 47 back to like Bonnie Raitt. Her voice sounds great on an RE20 kick drum microphone, or RE20 is like a broadcast mic. So the reason is because she's got so much point in her voice that you want to counteract that with the microphone choice. So that's where one microphone won't probably cover, like if you own a studio and you have 10 people coming to sing, you probably, you know, have your one really good vocal mic, but you better be willing, and you better have like some other, you know, like there's some cheap mics that are really killer. A friend of mine who's in a band called the Bottle Rockets, who's by a guy named Brian Henneman, I produced a track on them years ago on a Lowell George tribute record that they played on, that I brought him in on. He just got a hold of this Telefunken M80, which is like a snare drum microphone, and he swears that mic is the best mic he's ever sung into in his whole life. And I understand, because I basically had him, he sang into an SM7. He sounded great on an SM7. So there, you know, you're going to have to sing into it. You're going to have to try it. There isn't one catch-all. You know, we get so caught up in the marketing of like this mic pre and this microphone and this company and this. There are so many great mics out there that I sort of back off the answering of a question like this, because it's one of the ones where I'll tell you what I don't do, but what you can do is so wide open. So I don't really use 121s and 122s for vocals. I just don't. They're not my favorite vocal mics, and I wouldn't use it. I love them on overheads. I love them on guitars. I love them on horns. I love them on percussion. I love them on a hi-hat. But for the thing that's going to be the Wizard of Oz, the big head coming down the center of my mix, it doesn't do what I want it to do. And John and those guys at Royer know that. They don't really go out and try to market themselves as like, use this. This is God's vocal mic. It may wait on somebody, but I haven't really gotten it to work yet great on the vocalists that I'm more. It's either a C12 or a 47 or an SM7 or even a 57 or a, you know what I mean? It's an interesting thing. Vocals are like, be willing to try just about anything if it's not working, and if it's working, be happy that it is, because that's a good thing. That's my motto. Whatever works.
What are you looking for that vocal up the middle to do when you say it doesn't do what you want? What are you looking for that vocal up the middle to do?
It wants to relate the emotion of whatever it is that song is that I'm working on needs to relate. If it's a whispery kind of singer that can come way up into the microphone and use the proximity, then I want a mic that has a lot of proximity but still has the detail. And so microphones that are like have a lot of nice low thickness, like 49. I'm going to talk about older mics because, again, there are a lot of people naming like Perlman, CAD, this, that. I don't have a Perlman. I don't have a CAD. I'm a guy that came out of an era that was like, there was an M49, there's a U67, there's a 47, there's a C12, there's a C37A, there's ribbon mics, there's dynamic mics like RE20, SM7, 57. There were smaller ribbons we'd never used, Bayer M160s, So there's when I'm talking about microphones, when I'm talking about low thick, I'm talking about like an M49. I'm talking about a microphone that has like a bump down in like 200 cycles where it's really thick, but it has a whispery top, like a Telefunken 251. It's got an amazing mid-range, but it's still got a thing on the top. 67s normally were made a little more broadcasty. They were a little more closed off on the top, a little more mid-rangey, but more focused in the mid-range, so you could really get that really radio mid-range sound out of a 67. These are sounds that. So what am I looking for? Am I looking for earth to light? Like a lot of it is, don't listen soloed up. Put the vocal in the track. Got to put it in the track. What does your track have? There's a lot of low kicking, low 808 type samples, a lot of low information, a lot of high information. Well, then the vocal needs to be more squeezed down to come through that place. If it's an acoustic guitar and it's like a brush kit or something, then you're going to have more extended range because the vocal can come down and take up the low end. Or you might record it that way and find that you have to high pass it up in the mix to find the perfect place where it fits in the mix. So all these things are very much, music emotion driven. Like when you hear your favorite, you hear your favorite singers, whoever they are, and like a lot of the comments on like the U2 record was that they didn't like the vocal, like whatever was being processed, however Bono's vocal was being processed on this last recording, it got a lot of negative comments. Like a lot of people I interacted with or saw, they were like, what the heck did they do to his vocal? Because it was sort of they did things that were sort of out of context for him, and I think whether that was people being reactionary or not, I think a lot of times you just close your eyes and is it working? Now that's the amazing gig we have, which is as engineers, we've got to connect the emotion to the technical. That's our gig. So you have to understand like the frequency response of a microphone, and you have to understand like what microphones, like what impedance. And you have to understand that stuff so that you can actually utilize that knowledge to go back into delivering the emotion. Because if all you do is get caught up in the technical, you'll miss the emotion. And if all you're doing is getting caught up in the emotion and don't understand the technical as an engineer, then you should just be a producer and have an engineer next to you that you can turn to and say, why isn't this working for me? And be able to communicate in a way, because, you know, not everybody out there is an engineer, not everybody out there is a producer. You know, we're all, and so for those of us who are producer, engineer, mixers like myself, we have to know in the end how to deliver, hopefully, a successful production that, like, you know, the famous producers like Wilson would say, my job is to know what in the end sells. And I think what you're selling is emotion. You know, that's the thing you're selling. So one vocal mic is not going to work, I think, on every single style of music, on every single singer. It just can't. Because that would be like saying there's only one emotion for all those styles. Because in the end, like for rock singer, a guy who just digs in, like a Steven Tyler, he likes a 57. It does exactly what he needs to do for himself, for his sound. And he sings into a 57. You try to put a 57 in front of, like, I don't know, like Celine Dion or anybody. Put, you know, it's going to be so mid-range. It's not going to sell the emotion of all the wispy highs and all the. I say her because there's, like, we found one vocal mic at the record plant that worked on her, and she's been using that mic. She comes out to California to record on this one Telefunken 251 that was modified by Klaus Hein, I think. And that one microphone modified by Klaus, that sells her. And people are going, Perlman. Perlman's a great dude. He makes great microphones. David Bach makes great microphones. These people understand. Klaus Hein makes great modified. They understand the technology of what to do on a diaphragm of a capsule of a microphone, so that, you know, there's a lot of times for really hard singers, the distortion is not coming from the front end of the mic pre. It's not coming from the compressor. It's coming from the actual diaphragmatic distortion of the microphone. And sometimes that is amazingly pleasing, like on Nat King Cole or Bob Marley or what's going on? You know, Marvin Gaye, Otis Redding. There's distortion going on at the microphone, but because of how that was recorded, that shit is so pleasing. Because distortion is actually your friend when you use it correctly. I mean, on so many levels, distortion is your friend, but you got to know when and what that distortion is. Because a lot of times the thing I'm hearing, really horrible, like, thing that you can't get rid of, that you go, oh my God, it's killing my ears. What is that? You never heard that back in, like, when people knew how to record, and now you're surrounded by people that don't know how to record. They're using Chinese microphones that are really bright into mic pre's that are not particularly matched or whatever, and then they're slamming a ton gobble level into Pro Tools, and there's distortion somewhere along the way that's not, like, of an even over, you know, not second or third order musical distortion. So when you use distortion as your friend, like I have these Altec compressors behind me that are, like, their distortion is so musical, is so fun to listen to. You know, use distortion as your friend. Use it to get your vocal to sit up in your face in a mix. Those are the things I'm looking for. I'm looking for, what am I trying to capture, you know, and then using my technological, you know, whatever I've faked out over the last so many years.
Don't want to say how many years, huh? Oh, Ross. Okay, Ross.
30, 30 plus? I mean, I've been recording since I was an early teenager. I was the guy that always recorded our band. That's how, I mean, I was like, I dig this. I dig being in control of this. Like, I was the guy that always was like, I'll run the PA, I'll record the band, you know. I was the guy building Heathkit. No one knows what Heathkit is anymore. But Heathkit was this company where you could order like a mic pre or a power amp or whatever, and you'd sit there and show you where to solder, and you'd have all this cold solder all over the place, and you'd be like, oh man, this is never going to work. And you finally learned how to solder because of that. I think everyone should know about Heathkit and how to. Everyone should know how to engineer, know how to put a solder iron on a cable. No one knows that anymore. They don't teach that shit. I don't know. It's like, I think you got to know those things, you know. It's like they're finally teaching kids how to make coffee. It's like, you know, hey, you're gonna have to know this.
All right, Dwayne has some questions for you, and then Ghost Web has some. Dwayne, you're up.
Oh, hi. An amazing free-flowing of answers, Ross. Thank you. Now, I wanted to speak about your pedigree for a moment. You're diving into it earlier, whereas you and your father both started at a young age in the workforce. How do you instill that I know what I want mentality to today's generation, or even people who are still searching, who have been at this for a while? How were you so sure?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned my father. I think we tried. I mean, I was very fortunate to have been raised by two really unique parents. They didn't know, I think, what a great job they were doing, and I didn't even know because they were at odds with each other. But and that's what happens when you're a child of divorce. But at the same time, you have to figure out in life where they gave you these amazing gifts, because and sometimes parents give their kids like really negative lessons that then the kid goes on and becomes really successful as a rebellion against what the parent. But for me, I was just given as because I believe parenting is that's if you're a parent, now you've taken on the most important job you'll ever have in your whole life, basically, because our kids are everything. At least to me, it's like the most important job I have now as a parent. All this other stuff is just sort of like falls underneath the category of supportive of that. Like, I got to be a happy person. That goes back to that question that Matt asked earlier, because I want to be the person. I don't want to be like do as I say, not as I do. I want to do as I say and as I do. I want to be the mirror for what my kid wants to be. And so if I'm constantly recreating myself and constantly creating myself and constantly listening and letting him teach me, then I'll figure out how to help him become what he wants to be, because I'm in that same inquiry constantly in my life. So when I was a kid, I don't know if you got what I just said, right, Dwayne? I know it was sort of like I went around in a circle, but I believe that there is a lot to what I just said in that. Be somebody that you want them to be. And you can't tell them that's what you want them to be and then not be it yourself. You just have to be it yourself and be the example in the most simplistic way. So when I was little, I was allowed to be whatever I wanted to be, within the boundaries of, I also was a bit of a hoodlum too, because I was on the streets and that was part of my parents not knowing what I was. But the support that I was given in a creative world allowed me to figure it out, and the trust and faith that particularly my father had in me allowed me to have faith in myself. And that's what I think our gift is no matter how old we are, if there's someone younger than us, we have to instill in them, trust yourself, trust, question, they always say question authority, but you also trust yourself. So I was someone who studied every album credit, and I was someone who listened to every style of music, and I was someone who was pushed by my father to think and not just accept. He constantly would say to me, if you can think for yourself, you'll figure it out. Don't just take whatever anyone gives you, even me, and accept it. Listen to inside yourself. So I kept trying to find, like, well, do I want to be a musician? Or because music was everything for me. My father was a visual artist, and so I grew up around that, but my art was music. And still, I think there's a lot you can, like, I think, as an audio artist or someone who deals in that, I still listen to music as colors and shades and depth of field. And so, it's a very deep question, because you do have to, like, ultimately, only you are going to figure it out as a kid, and I think that's where we're really fortunate now to have schools that teach these things like audio and all, but the reason that I still make a difference to those schools is I come in and I'll teach like a day of, whatever, or I'll do a Skype. My whole thing is learn how to think. Like, learn how to actually interpret your feelings into a thought and put them into action. Don't just regurgitate what someone says to you. Don't regurgitate anything I say to you. If you were going to, like, have a motto, don't believe me. Experience it. Figure it out. And so I was very fortunate to have a nurturing environment, but also a very, like, tough, like, my dad would not put up with any bullshit. And so, like, with my son, I basically look him in the eye and I go, don't you ever don't bullshit me, I'll know. And that's where our relationship will go off track, is when you try to bullshit me. I'd much rather hear the truth and have to deal with it than get fed a lie or some bullshit and have to, like, have a relationship that's based in mistrust. So, going back to that, I like to instill trust into you. You have to trust to be trusted. You can't, like, if you're my assistant and I'm worried about you dropping a microphone or something, then I'll never let you touch anything. But the minute I put that trust into you, because I trust you, I can't worry anymore about it. And so I'm a real hard to actually work for me and work with me. I think you'll grow leaps and bounds just like I did when I worked with people that were like me. So that's the thing that I think I walked away from my father with, the fact that you have to be really hard on yourself in a good way. Like, you have to have very high standards, and you have to surround yourself with people that are way better than you. And you have to force yourself to think, not just always react or be sort of a pawn in life. And then you'll figure out where you want to go and what you can do with it at any point. So that's my really kind of deep and serious answer, because there's no way to joke about this. But it is true. The truth will set off. So
Right.
I'm always for that.
I love the way you set that out. It is, I see that across how accessible you are online. You type your name into Google. I spent about a good 2 hours just reading through everything, and the question came up that, not to touch on morality at all, because you have plenty of years in it. I'm not saying that, but what is it that you want your legacy to be? Is it that, just knowledge being such a beacon of education and self-exploration itself, or is there something else that I missed?
That's not for me to judge or say, really. I want to be around for a long time. I want to be like my mom. She's 88 years old, and she's still an inspiration to everyone around her. So, but what do I want to be known for? If I made some records that people really enjoyed listening to and got some, enjoyment out of it, and I was part of that's really cool. If my wife and my son, if we have a good life, my kids, and I think that's what more in life do you want to do, is just have friends and family and people around you, and then like I got this really good buddy of mine who's now doing it. A guy named Matt Lenny. He's making Edward Sharp's records. I pulled him out of the Loyola Marymount program as a senior, and he followed me around for 4 years. If I can make a difference to on some level to someone, that's a good thing. I don't know. I kid about this, but it's really true. I mean, if you're going down the road at 80 miles an hour and there's a cow on the side of the road and then there's this little fly on the cow's ass, that's about as important as most of our lives really are. We all are so self-important, but in the end, life's over like that in the bigger picture of life, So, but then if you did something that you left behind that's kind of, someone goes, I'm always the cow, never the fly. But are you the cow's tail, though? Are you the tail flicking the fly off its ass? In the end, self-importance is only like so good for so long, I mean, we all know the people that take themselves way too seriously, right? I mean, you don't ever want to be around them. But the ones that are serious about it's like, I'm serious about having a good time. It's like, let's get serious about having this good time. It's like, if we're gonna have a good time, let's actually have a good time that's like a contribution or something. It's like, anyway, I don't know. There's not that I don't have that kind of thing. We'll all be known when we're gone for whatever we're known for, and hopefully we did a really good job of being us, whoever we are here, and we're kind in some level, and sometimes being kind means being hard on yourself to be kind, like you have to catch yourself. Like I can be very tough in the studio when it's not going the way it's supposed to be going, because at that moment I have to stop it from going down the rabbit hole to where it could go. And I have to be so committed to not letting it go there, because entropy, order to disorder, we live in an entropic world. Everything goes from order to disorder. You can't stop that, but you can definitely slow it down. So like when cables aren't working and all those things aren't happening in the studio, I have to literally catch myself and go, I'm a bunch of electrons. What did I do today to make this shit start to blow up? And I basically, sometimes you have to be like a coach or whatever, and you basically have to stop the team and take a timeout and go, guys, let's all like rally around this, because if we don't, the shit's going to continue to go south. And that's where, as an engineer, I've seen the producers that just let it go south, and at the end of the day, and raving about how they didn't get anything they wanted, and I go, I'm never going to be that guy. I'm the guy that's going to like literally call a timeout, like John Wooden or any great sports coach would call a timeout. That timeout in hockey with 2 minutes left, boom, they score the goal. It's like, that was not by accident. That wasn't, that shit doesn't happen by accident. So we can't let our lives just be an accident. But how we're all remembered, man, I don't know.
Well, if I can interject with something that you said that back in 2012, yeah, I went back on Twitter. It was, sometimes I wonder if I'm mixing the song or it's mixing me. You happened to win that day. Can you expand on that? Why you felt the song was mixing you? Yeah,
yeah, well, sometimes you just find, I mean, in a good way, if it's mixing you and you get to the end of the mix, you go, gosh, that was like, I was, lightning was, being caught in a bottle. I didn't even know it. But sometimes the song that's mixing us is, man, you're wrangling it. It's like, it's like oh man, if I only, geez, and it's like you wrangle and you wrangle and you wrangle, and at the end, as my good friend Ed Sheeran once said, he goes, "Yeah, I know a mix is over when I've got the mix by its throat and I'm holding it down on the floor and it waves the white flag." And I think, oh man, that's a brutal analogy, but I can definitely see those mixes when you get to the end of it and you're like, ow, did that just mix me? But on the lighter side of that, I love when you do get, and you just are like flowing and you're in the flow, and it's like, you don't realize that you're just like you're a vessel or a vehicle for this song to come out and be in fruition, and you just go, that's exactly the way I heard it in my head before I started it, And that's the thing about a good mix. A lot of times you got to hear the end result before you start it, because if you're just like, if you start a song and you just sort of like push up the kick drum and push up the snare drum and you just end up with like, okay, now I'm going to add this, I'm going to add that. It just all it's pieces. So I definitely start mixes with like, I want it to sound like this in the end. But a lot of times when you push up and you go, so you push all the faders up and you didn't record it. I guess it's something that someone sends to you. Because if I've recorded it so it's already sounding like that before I mix it, really. Because I love recording a record to be a record in the recording. That's the classic recordist in me. That's the engineer in me. Is the fact that my records are mixing themselves basically as I'm recording them. And I don't mean like with plugins and everything. Basically in my recording, the best possible way. But, these days, because we're recording a lot of times in the drummer's studio to cut the drums, and then the bass player has his own room where he comes over to my room, and now it's like, whatever. It's like, it's all pieces. And so you go to start the mix, and you have a bunch of pieces. But in the end, you have a result you want to create. So you push it all up, and then you see where all the bodies are buried. You sort of go, okay, the drum sound is really not exactly the direction that I would have done had I spent the amount of time and energy that we used to do, because that's really all comes down to, like in the old days, we basically got the sound, we pushed record, and the record was basically made. We became balance engineers when we mixed those records. Now mix engineers are basically, in the worst sense, turd polishers, or in the best sense, like serious frickin' like clay shavers or whatever. You know what I mean? Like if you took a piece of clay, just one piece of clay, you could go with it, whatever. And that's a lot of time you're just given this bulk of information with no real like point of view, because people are just piling a zillion tracks in and they give it to you to mix, and you go, ooh, okay, now I got to figure out what am I going to do with this. So you have to push up all the faders, and you got to see where it all lives, and then you got to pull it all down and start in the minutia. Because if the kick drum wants to be a nice, warm, fat kick drum, but it's recorded like basically, or it's a sample even, but it's like tick, like a guy hammering a fucking nail into a wall. Okay, shit. That means I'm going to have to like, I'm going to have to turn my kick drum into like a kick drum, because it doesn't want to be, and the snare, that's like a BB being shot at me out of the center of the mix, but it really wants to be a nice, fat, gushy James Gadsden snare. So I better have a vision on this, and now I got to, and so that's when the song, I got to wrangle this thing. You got to, it's like, and you finally get it to a place where it's like music, and I always say, like, a lot of times I'll if I see somebody, or oh man, it's finally starting to sound like music, or I'll text like hey, how's the mix coming? Oh, it's finally starting to sound like music. That sounds like a funny comment, right? But it starts to become music. It's all these pieces that are now finally starting to, it's like soup. You got to clean all the vegetables, and you got to cut all the, 6 hours later, ooh, shit, so it's like soup, So that's the ultimate thing, it's like the songs that mix me are the ones normally that are well recorded, and I just flow to the end. But I don't know, on that day, it could have been that song was mixing me because it was driving me into the ground.
What I gather from all your interviews is that you take the best parts of the analog and digital world and mesh them together to create whatever it is that you're doing. You have a great sound on sound, that breakdown, that mix breakdown that they do, and they go for the gear and how you used it. Is there anything that digital is still lacking for you, or where you experienced, man, I wish I had a certain color in the digital sense because my analog gear is at home or in a different studio. Can you touch on that at all? That blend?
Well, yeah, I definitely, I'm definitely a big fan of both. I was using digital way before most of the world was using digital because I was really fortunate to be in Giorgio Moroder's studio, where he had the first 5 Sony 3324s basically in existence, because he was given those by Sony to do Cat People, which I didn't work on. That was before me. But when I ended up being an engineer for him in the early 80s, on a lot of stuff that isn't really accredited, because stuff wasn't really being accredited back then. I mean, some of the simple credits I have, I think, like a Beverly Hills Cop, but maybe 2, but I still worked on a bunch of stuff like 1. I worked on Metropolis, worked on a bunch of stuff, Top Gun. Anyway, we had these digital machines, so I really fell in love with the fact that digital was so clean. It was like there's no hiss, and you could also, like, we could dupe a tape and take it into the other studio. We could fly stuff around, which became like now with digital, you can just copy and paste. And so we were doing like arrangement changes on the, like, for me to like change an arrangement on a piece of analog tape, obviously you had to, like, you know, there's a commitment. Man, I got to find this guy, to chop that off, got to take my, okay, I took this chorus out, I'm going to put that on the wall. I don't want to lose that, because do we really want that back in? On digital, I could just take and offset the machine, go into the other machine, offset the machine, go in. So there's a part of digital just from its, like, the ease of operation. Comping vocals now, like, we could never comp vocals the way we do comping now, because with comping and the way that Pro Tools allows you to just drop the track, like you just highlight it and you push, boom, drops into the track, comp track. We used to have to, like, I would get a stiff back when I did my own comps, because I was in and out of the patch bay, or if we were lucky, you had one of those boxes, like the comp box. So just from the things that we can do in digital, I don't miss analog one bit. Like when I had to engineer this metal band called, what's their name? Faster Pussycat. I'm sorry if Tammy or any of the lads watched this show. Guys, your drummer sucked. Couldn't play. 3 weeks it took to fucking edit those drums. Pardon me, I'm swearing, but that's me. I haven't sworn much. I've kept my potty mouth down. But that fucking drummer was a loser. He couldn't play. He ended up getting kicked out of the band because he was a heroin addict. I'm sorry, he had a problem, but he shouldn't be on that record. Oh my God. And so 3 weeks I'm in the studio editing drums. I mean, the producer, John Jansen, was like, okay, I want this bit from here and this bit from here, because he only played this bit here. And we went through like 11 or 12 takes. We take forever. And so now you can put a drum take together in, like, you know, an hour or a couple hours, if you have that many takes even. You know, so those things are beauty. Sonically, though, analog on so many levels, like analog, not analog tape. I'm not talking about analog tape anymore. No, I'm not talking about tape. Just analog compression. There still is no compressor in the box that I would want to take my vocal mic into and print through if I had the choice to either have an LA2A or an 1176 or a 160 or 160X or a stay level or an Altec compressor, or name a manly, or, you know, for vocals is a manly LOP or an LA3. Those two both do the optical, but they do it faster than an LA2A. So why would I want to use something that's an emulation of that when I had a choice, or a distressor? Distressors have a problem for me with people that sing really hard, because they break up the front end of the distressor. They actually distort, not pleasantly. So when people sing hard and you have to take the input down, it's not a good thing. For me, distressors only work on certain singers, but when they work great because they're so versatile. So analog-wise, why would I want to use anything that's an emulation of the real deal if I can put my hands on the real deal? So that's still to this day. But when it comes to like recalling mixes and all the stuff that people, there's legitimate reasons why people are doing digital emulations, and most of them tend not to be sonic, honestly. It's because artists these days want to have like 15 recalls, and if you got to recall a desk of Neve EQs, you'll never get it. It won't come back. It will never come back the same. So if you can put like your UAD, Apollo, line up all those Neves and all that stuff, yeah, it can simulate a pretty nice sound. So I honestly go back and forth a lot of times between plugins and analog gear, because sometimes the plugins just on their own, it's sort of like you get out of your head that they're a plugin, and this is what I'm mixing. In your head that it's a plugin, you go, what sounds better? Which actually for this job sounds better? Because there's something about the way a digital compressor sometimes reacts, which is very clinical, because they really can't emulate the non-linearity of analog, the way a tube, vacuum tubes are vacuum tubes. You can't. I don't believe my boy Stephen Slate. I love him to death. He's making amazing gear, but honestly, you can't buy the hype, man. Analog is analog, digital is digital, and it comes really close, but it's never going to really truly be itself. Ben says purple. I love the purple. I have a 76, not a 77. He actually wants. I asked him about the 77 because it has the bypass. So these are, I kind of went into a different place on your question on this, but
no, that's great.
So to just get into like the last little bit of specifics, the one thing that's never going to change for me is my stereo bus. I got to have an analog compressor, and I got to have my NTI stereo EQ, and I got to have my stereo tube mastering Pultex on my mix bus. And that's like, there's nothing that can do that for me as plugins. They just can't. They just can't do it. You can't simulate the sound of the transformers and the tubes of Pultec. And the NTI makes an amazing plugin, but its hardware is still that much better. And then the Dramastic Obsidian compressor over my mix bus, which is like an SSL, is just like, there's nothing that reacts like that with the high pass filter in it. So every time I'm at a studio and I gotta like whip out a mix and it's not my studio, to finish your thought, I bum, because I don't have a stay level on the bass and I don't have that gear, and so I'll have to find myself stuff that like kind of does it. And one of the plugins that actually does a great job on the stereo bus is the Waves API 2500. It's actually not my favorite stereo bus hardware, but as a plugin, that plugin works killer on the mix bus if you need like compression in the box. So it's weird how that that the 2500 API Waves really works.
Opposite day. I have one more question just to throw at you.
Oh, Bob said the same thing he said the other day. Oh.
And that is, everyone might discern this from watching multiple of these hangouts, that I'm really interested in the person that does the work at such a high quality. And you've touched on this a little bit with living a life and having a long marriage and your children and stepping outside of music to, is that your, I won't lead you into this, but is that your, the thing that recharges you? Do you have another venture outside of this musical art to rejuvenate you when the music is like, okay, I just need a break? What can you talk about that balance? Because a lot of people struggle to find that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have balance. You absolutely have to have balance. I mean, I really love. I mean, I love the beach. I love the water. I love the mountains. I love. I like. I like being in the water. I'm not. I can't really surf anymore, but. And I can't really ski anymore because I tore up my knee. But I still love being, I mean, one of the things that I love doing is I just throw the bike. Because I grew up in New York. I'm a city boy, but I would never leave where I live here in California because I can go pop over the hill and be at the beach in 15 minutes. with the bike on the on the back of the car and jump on the bike and go ride 20 miles up and down the beach and be completely rejuvenated by the air and the surf and the ocean and the wind in my face. And that's like that makes me just enjoy life. Whether it's going to movies or a museum or just hanging out with friends, you got to get out of the studio, because then what you bring back into the studio is something more fresh. So I probably don't take as much time now to go hear live music as I used to, because I find that often when I'm going out to hear music, then I'm not really. I like to actually hang with people and talk to people. So if you go out to hear music, a lot of times you're not doing that. You're just sort of like listening to music, and then you go, oh, see you later, And so, but yeah, and a lot of it is just taking the time to enjoy my family, enjoy my life, and cook, and just to be someone who isn't just an antisocial, stare at the computer, listen to the speakers guy, because that's not. There's a side of me that really does. I like recording, actually, as much as I like mixing. There's some guys who just don't like to record. I love to record. I love being around people. So I love musicians. I like actually taking, like playing hooky and going out to studios and popping in on people, and, because it's like when I hang up with you guys, I'm gonna jet down to this band that's rehearsing and go hang out with them, and it's just, part of life is getting out. So yeah, you have to have balance, whatever it is. Find something you like to do. There's a bunch of stuff. I like sports. I'm a athlete. I work out. I ride bike. Maybe you can't tell. Tire run, but but I am someone who really does like oxygenate, like myself. Like I think that oxygen is really important. You got to bring oxygen into your lungs somehow, one way or another, not by smoking weed or cigarettes. But, some people are like, yeah, man, I like my oxygen.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for all of that. Ghost, you're questioning.
What's that?
Ghost up next.
Yeah, Ross. So Ross, you were talking about service, which I think all of us side with you 100% on that. What are some things that you're thinking about when you're talking to a prospect? Obviously the people that are submitting work to you, they know about your track record, but what are some things that you're thinking about when you're trying to convert that prospect into a customer that will continue to use you and your services? What are some things that you're doing to help make that transition?
Well, you said customer, so are you? Your question is about talking about like.
Well, you take it. You know how people they do a test match or whatever. How do you turn that person into a regular client? Like, what are you doing to ensure their process outside of just the general recording? When we were talking about feedback and stuff, and knowing when to speak and when not to speak, in particular. And this is more going to help for the new people who are still learning to find their way and dealing with people.
This is an interesting one, because I guess I've sort of earned, in some weird way, I have earned the right now, after all these years, to kind of call bullshit, which is something that, if you're just coming up, sometimes you have to sort of eat more crow, eat more shit, And I'm at the point now, honestly, Ghost, where, man, I just don't want to eat any more shit, and I still do. Like, the client session that you can't even open because they've got so many tracks that it's already past your, voice count, has to be told that this is unreasonable and unacceptable. And you have to just tell them in a way that doesn't scare them away and never want to come back to you because they were scolded, but you still have to scold them and say, you don't understand, so I'm going to need to teach you that this is unacceptable. And what you need to do now is, like, either you choose to then sit with that stuff and comp it if they're out of state, or if they're in state, and then you have to basically just give it back to them, and you go, okay, look, this isn't ready to be mixed. Okay, I mean, I'm just talking as a mixer. Or the musician that wants you to record them, but really isn't at a level yet of like where, and I'm saying this with there's no ego attached, it's just like fact. Once you've worked with, the people I've worked with, it's really hard to work with people that suck. I don't want to do it. That's for someone else that is like coming up and in hobby world almost still. Because the minute you cross over into like, and I don't care who you are, you can be 14, you can be 40, you can be 80, but if you're good, I want to work with you. I mean, I want to work on your stuff. But just because you're ignorant to something, I have to be able to communicate to you in a way that doesn't piss you off or scare you away, but educates you to feel like there was value in that alone. And I had a situation like this recently where the guy's session wouldn't open. There were so many tracks, but when we finally iced it all down, he had like no guitars on a song. And I had to say to him, look, you aren't ready for me to mix your song, but let's go figure out now, instead of me just sending him away, I said, he said, well, what does it need? So I realized now that he doesn't even know how to produce himself, really. But he's asking me, and now I'm having to assume the role more of a producer, but I'm not really interested in that as like a credit on a song or anything. I'm just like, okay, well, this is going to take more time. You're going to have to pay me for more time, and if you're not willing to do that, then we can't really finish the song. You'll have to go finish yourself. No, I really want your opinion. Okay, great. Who do you think? Now I'm looking at guitar players, and now we're working on this together, making it better, because I'm serving the song, but I'm still honest enough, instead of just mixing that song and taking 2 days to mix the song and then have him say, wow, it's not really finished tonight, God, I hate those guitars. Well, you already hated them to begin with, because when I asked you, you don't really have these guitars, aren't really good, are they? He goes, no, I thought you'd make them better. And I'm like, well, no, I can't make them better. You're going to hear them more. You're going to hear them clearer when I mix your song. You're going to hate them more. They're not going to get better. There's no button that says this guitar player sucked now, I'm going to make him good. It's like people are ignorant, but you can't say, like, you're a dumb shit, you know what the fuck you're doing, get out of my studio. No, that's like, that's what you want to say. That's what's going on in your head at one point, but then you're like, but I like this song, and I can make this song good, and this is my work, and this is what I'm doing. Okay, so in the end, what happened that day is I had to talk about having to completely readjust in the moment. The guitar player I wanted wasn't around, another guitar player's not around. Now we're texting all my friends, going, okay, who's around? We end up with a guitar player I've never used, and he says, well, I don't want to use someone that you haven't used. I go, I don't have any problem with that because I know what you're going to need. And he goes, wow, okay. So you're going to come do the session with me? I said, well, I guess I'm going to have to. So we ended up at this guy's studio and, ended up late night, working past midnight. But then after all, the artist was like, man, those guitars are awesome. And I go, well, good. You got what you wanted, because I just went to the session, gave the guitar player some ideas, and let the artist, who was producing himself, basically then run the session. I left because I said, I'm done. I already told you what I think. You know what I think. I don't need to sit here and micromanage this, because now you know you're already off. So I sort of helped coax that to happen, and it goes back to the fact that I wasn't going to mix that song and end up spending time on it where I knew that he wasn't going to like it anyway, because he already didn't like it. So you got to have communication, and you got to almost be like, and like, you have to read the situations and allow that person, again, to feel like it was kind of their idea, even though it's my idea. And he knew it was my idea, but in the end, he got his ideas out on tape, basically, out of the guitar player, which were really a lot of my ideas. But I left and let him finish it and be in charge of it, because that wasn't my gig right there. So it's sort of knowing your job description, too, and not overstepping it, but doing it in a way that allows you then to, when you mix the song, you know what you got and what you needed to. So it's a complex thing. I mean, one of the things, I didn't go to college to get a degree. I took courses, and one of the courses that have helped me the most in my life has been psychology and philosophy. Those are the two of the most important things that will help you, is to understand psychology of a situation and to have philosophy behind it. You know, like, if you understand what makes people tick, you're going to be able to operate in the world of people, because this music business is people. So that's what I see, you know. Anyway.
Thank you, Ross.
Yeah, I think I answered, right?
You did. I know a lot of, I hear that question brought up a lot from newer guys, and sometimes I ask myself that, so I thought it would be beneficial for someone like you especially. I know you probably have hundreds of emails every day from people that want you to do their work, and this helped clear up some things for sure, on all levels. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is deciphering through email and interaction. I mean, on a very simple level, I recommend, if you're trying to solicit somebody, anybody, I think people should, you know, understand, like, that if you misspell an email, or if you come off, no matter how you come off as mildly ignorant, to me, I just don't. I like delete those emails. People that just sort of like won't even take the time to spell check an email to me or something. I go, well, that person, their I mean, I kind of go, how can their music actually be good if they don't even have enough self-respect to, like, take the self-respect to write an intelligent email to someone that they're trying to solicit for work. And particularly for interns and assistants like yourself. I mean, if you want to work with me, it's like you gotta have enough self-respect to like read your email a couple of times before you send it. I mean, and I read people's emails. I go, man, they can't even get a clear thought across. How are they ever going to be sitting next to me and communicating to me if they're sitting here? They have all the time in the world to end. You know, it's like, it drives me crazy. That's where I'll just go, forget it. That loser. Just like delete that. That person's just, you know, it's you get it. I mean, yeah, Ghost gets it. Hey, I need give me 5 minutes. Like, no shit, I gotta pee. I've been sitting here for like over 2 hours. So you guys, isn't that the truth? What am I supposed to say? I gotta go brush my teeth, or I gotta answer the door, or I gotta no. I know that's too much information, but hey, what can we say? And then I'll come back and we'll do this for a little longer, and then you know, so if you guys want to take 5 with me, is that cool, Matt? I mean,
yeah, bro.
All right. So I shall return, and hopefully I'm not boring you guys all to death. I mean, gosh, you know, this is
not at all. Real quick before you run, what are your settings on that API 2500? Is it feed forward?
Yeah, I didn't put that in. You know, I'm going to fess up now. Sometimes when I create for certain things, I'll just I think there's one in there called Mix Crush in API. Don't use that one. That's like literally what it's saying. That's not like the setting that's called smooth. Like, people that use Mix Crush think that, like, oh, well, this is what Ross uses all the time. No, that's for literally like mix crushing. But not Mix Crush would be it's old, not new. It's usually 3-to-1. It's usually 10 milliseconds attack, and then I use variable release for the tempo of the song, because absolutely get into the like 10 milliseconds attack is pretty standard for me. Any faster attack is going to take off too much, and any is too slow and doesn't have enough like grab to make a difference or create any punch, because that's what I like the mix bus compression for is punch, like some punch. So if the song is fast, you want that release to come back fast enough to not take away the next transient, unless that's what you're looking for, is more of the English SSL sound where you go into compression and then you're in compression, you never really leave compression. That's not what I want out of a digital compressor. I might get that out of something else, but I like, if you're just looking at a ballistic of a meter, I want my meter to do that to about the tempo of the approximately somewhere between the eighth and the quarter note. So it's usually not going to be any slower than 500 milliseconds, because that's really slow. Because if you think about, look at and figure out what a like a delay is going to be. Think of that meter deflection or the compression deflection the same way you think of a delay, da-da, or da-da, 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 da-da. So if the song is da, ba, 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 or if it's ba, do, ba, do, ba, do, ba. Does that make sense about the release of compression? That's the way I think about it. So I use variable release on the API, and the beauty of the SSL auto mode in an actual SSL compression is that it will release to the depth of the compression. So when, like, if you're in auto mode on an SSL type compression, like if you're in like only a couple dB of compression, it'll be pretty fast. You get up into 4 dB of compression, it's going to take a little longer to come back, and you go any deeper, it almost never comes back unless you stop your track. So there's a couple of concepts inside of like the SSL that are a little different with the API, because the API is a thicker, tougher kind of sound than the more open, like wider, expansive sonic of the API in general. And I just have found that the modeling of the API 2500 in the box works very nicely on the mix bus. It just does. And I've gotten really good results out of the setting that I'm basically saying, where I think I'm using, I don't think I'm using any of the hard knees. I think I'm all, maybe I'll play with one of the knees and go to medium knee if I want it a little tougher. But basically I'm in a gentle knee at about 3-to-1, somewhere maybe around 200 milliseconds, somewhere between, any faster than 200 milliseconds better be a really fast song, or else you're really going to hear pumping, because you don't want to hear pumping. You don't want it to come back in the middle of like your, bass note, or in the middle, it's, you know what I'm saying? Because, most music is not up at 180 BPM or 100, punk or rock music, but most music isn't that fast in general. Your heart beats at about 120. That's why it's like, that's why the 3 tempos that are the main tempos of life are 80, 100, and 120, because your blood pressure is like 120/80. So your heart generally beats in that zone of like 120, 180, 100. Those are like, if you're ever going to write a song, there's really only 4 tempos, 62, which is half of 120. There's really only 4 tempos to write songs at, unless you're writing really fast or heavy rock music. And it's those, basically, like, I used to work, when I worked with Moroder, he'd say, give me a rock beat. Well, it would be either 100 or 120. Give me a ballad beat. It would be either 60 or 80. So in compression, when you're thinking about the compression coming back, think of it within the boundaries of what your quarter note is, and then you want to set your compression for somewhere in that zone between eighth and quarter. It's musical, and you can feel it, because it's the thing that doesn't make your bass get swallowed up and make the kick drum get swallowed up. And I'm not into limiting. I don't do brick wall limiting on my mix bus. I just don't. Guys do it. I don't like it. I'm not that guy. I like mastering engineers to do that. But that's for me, that's Dwayne's taking off.
Yeah. I just knew you were going to say 1.5 to 1, but 3 to 1, all right.
Yeah, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, somewhere. Yeah, 1.5 is a little shallow for me. That's almost like I want to hear it a little bit. 1.5 is very neutral to me, and I like a little bit more compression. 2 to 3 to 1. Yeah, it's like 3-to-1 to me is sort of like not 4-to-1. Like SSL gives you normally 2-to-1 or 4-to-1. And the thing about me, I'm 2-to-1 in an SSL. It's still it's like too rounded a curve. Part of the sound of an SSL is that thing, that push. So 4-to-1 on an SSL is sort of like really kind of the thing for me. But on the API, since you have the completely adjustable, oh, there's Brian, release. I really like to use it. So I'm going to be back in 2 minutes, 5 minutes at the most, okay? And Brian, don't go anywhere. Hi, nice to see you. But I'm going to just disappear for just like literally 2, whatever, and I'll be back.
All right, bro. Oh, wait, do you know that you can blank out your camera?
Well, doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah. So we got to tell them because next thing you know, somebody's walking in that room and we're seeing something we're not supposed to see. Brian, do you know how to unmute yourself, Brian? Or did you already do it?
I believe I did that.
Okay, you going to be ready for your hangout tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
All right, you guys go ahead and hit him up with start his hangout now. Hit him up with a mastering question.
Look out. Hey, I'm
put Brian on the hot seat right now.
I'm still in my slippers.
I met Brian, where did we meet Brian? Was it LA?
Yep. LA.
Some Pensado get together, he showed up. Did you meet him for the Pensado get together, or were you just there?
One of the guys is from Columbus, my hometown, and he invited me out, and we were at that dinner place.
Mark Abrams?
Mark Abrams. Good man.
Okay. Yeah, see, one of our Pensado brothers. And I started talking to him, I was like, the mastering engineer, Black Keys, what?
And many others. I do like 4 records a week, but they're the most famous. Arctic Monkeys too.
All right, who has a mastering question for him? You better get it in now. You might not make it in tomorrow. You see how full we are right now.
Your pet peeve, Brian, when you receive a file to master. What do you hate the most?
Say that again?
What is the one thing you hate the most when you get something to master, you put it in there, and you're like, what in the freaking crap was this engineer thinking?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty fortunate that most of the work I get, even from people who aren't well known, is pretty well done. So, and I don't say that to be politically correct, like that's a fact. So my pet peeve scale is not very peevish. It would be subtle. The subtle scale would be the obvious, like over-compressing, or having the thing sort of be a pancake, not moving the master fader a little bit, or having the mix have a little space, which comes back to the main pet peeve, which is really just I can feel the fear on the part of the mixer that it's not going to work out if they don't do things a certain way. So what I encourage people to do is turn up the volume knob and make the music awesome, and do not inject fear in the process. So that would be my pet peeve, would just be noticing the fear in people's work. It's not necessary. And that energy that we all bring, Ross's energy, the artist's energy, the producer, whoever, that energy is what we end up hearing. You know, it's just waves in space. So when you're fearful at mixing, I can hear that, and that's never good for the listener.
What an amazing point.
Back to Ross Hogarth.
Yeah. It's as if I never left.
Yeah, we are doing an energetic transfer from the moment of inspiration to the product to your speakers, and it's all energy in between. So yeah, we've got to be good stewards of that transition through the, well, what I affectionately refer to as the 6 steps of production. Ross, would you agree? Inspiration, arrangement, tracking, tracking engineer, mixing engineer, mastering engineer?
You chopped in the middle. You said inspiration, arrangement.
Then performance from the artist, which overlaps with recording engineer, mixing engineer, mastering engineer. 6.
I mean, that's yeah. I mean, that's I never I never like made it that. I never sat and like
Right.
made it like that empirical. So I'd have to look at that and check it out. I think in a very I will agree. I'm going to agree, like, and let that sit with me, because semantics are very important
Yeah.
to me. So definitely, because I'll put it into my own words,
Right.
which will be very simple and not so specific, and that is, in almost anything that you do to be successful in all acts of creation, I think you have to start with what you call inspiration, and I'll just make it way more existential, and I'll call it being, like the being part of it. Like, before you actually do anything, you've got to be that. Like, you've got to, like, you're going to be a songwriter, you got to be a songwriter before you've written a song. Because a lot of people think that what they do creates who they are. So I believe that who you are creates everything that you do, and then what you do creates a result. So there are three words that I have to keep in order in my life, and it's very existential, I know, but it's like I start with be. What am I? Or who are we? Or what are we doing? And so it's be, and then it's do. And so your do is it already rolled up because I didn't memorize your thing. Arrange, perform, all those doing things. So all those doing things are the doing that was started by the being. And I believe that then you get a result that's very much what you hopefully intended, because it started with the creation. And there's no act ultimately in being. Because if I'm going to be a great producer, I'm going to be a great producer before I've produced anything. Because then when I go produce, I will be that thing that I created to be. And so are you guys following? If you're not following me, put a bunch of question marks on the thing, because a lot of people mix this up in life. They think, well,
All those
I
doing
got
things.
to be.
So all those doing things are
Someone's
doing.
got to mute whatever. Chuck, my brother Chuck just showed up. Yeah. I'm talking existentialism, Chuck. You'll love this. So a lot of people believe that what they do is going to create something, and then that, by creating that, is going to make them an artist, or they're going to be a producer. Once I produce this and I actually get a record with my name on it, then I can be a producer. No. You are a producer before you've produced anything, which is why you're going to go produce something. And then once you've produced that, you'll have a result, which is what you intended. So if you think that you're just going to randomly go do something, and then out of that will be some random result, well, then you become something random. You aren't maybe a producer. Maybe you're, So I believe that you have to be before you're anything, and there's actually no action in being. There's an intent. And then that intention creates a game plan or whatever. I'm going to be an engineer. I'm going to be a producer. I'm going to be a runner. I'm going to be great, whatever. So then you go do something, and then the result is very much what you intended. And so these are the things that I find are really important for me in like success. And I think that kind of go into like what you're saying, Brian, but you're very specific on it, like, because I didn't hear the initial question. I stepped back into the room on that. So just to make, I didn't really bring this point or this concept up yet, you know, but it's very much going back to my whole thing about philosophy and psychology and the things that drive me in my, you know, creative world. I believe that I have to be before I do, like a mix, you know. I have to sit in front of this thing called a song before I just go in and start just doing a bunch of EQ and a bunch of compression and a bunch of effects and a bunch of this and a bunch of that. I got to kind of be the result of the song, you know, and there's no action yet taken in that. And a lot of people think they just got to go out into the world and go into action. A lot of people just run out the door in the morning and they don't meditate or they don't think or they don't slow life down, you know. So I do. I'm someone that meditates every day, and I'm someone who, you know, sometimes I meditate twice a day. It may not be long or whatever, but I feel I'm in the world. I'm being, and sometimes beingness, you know. So I really think there's a something that goes back to that existential world of like art, where, you know, it's like artists don't create great art just randomly. I think you can probably stumble your way into great art once or twice, but you won't consistently over a career be able to continually create great art unless you have some sense of philosophy and some sense of the psychology of philosophy and different philosophies of that. And you know, that's why, you know, a lot of people rely on religion, they pray or whatever. I'm more of a Zen warrior than I am a specific, but I do believe that all of those things that come from the soul and the spirit drive you. So that's all goes back to your first thing, which is the most important thing, which is inspiration. If you don't have inspiration, then you're just out there doing something. You know?
Ryan, were you raising your hand?
I just want to let you know, Ross, the question that led to that, and then I had a follow-up to what you just said, which is all very interesting. And just so you know, the question was what was my biggest pet peeve, and I was saying overcompressing, or not just having fear in the process. So that's how that got started, just so you know. And then my follow-up to you on what you said is, I really agree with all that. When you're talking about intention, when you're talking about being, you say being the thing before you do it. Do you also include in that the discovery through the process? Because in my experience with certain artists who get in their own way, is they have the intention, but then they don't allow the flow of the process to give them the better result. And my 6 steps would have the result being, in a sense, a surprise on top of the intention. You got to have that intention, but
yeah, I mean, you got to always leave room. I mean, that's where, like, if you don't leave room for magic, then you're going to be just a control freak about everything you do.
Yes.
So that's like, yeah, I mean, part of the reason that I believe that you need to have some sense of, and I keep using the word existential, but since you have to come from something that's not in action, then you have the ability to be willing to do whatever it takes to get to the result without it being so specific that it's just like one way to do it. And so you really have a starting point, and then everything in between is a creation to the result. And so that's why, as a recording engineer or anything specific, like, there might be one way that I like to record drums, but if you walk into a room and you put mics up in your one way of doing it, you got to use your ears now, not your eyes, not your I want it to be this way, because there are rooms that, I have to tell you, there are some like rooms that have amazing reputations for like incredible results, but I've gone there and I've like put mics up and go, holy cow, there's like standing waves and all sorts of crazy shit going on. That's my concept of how I'm going to mic this up. Even though I want a wide room, because of where you put the drums, there's no way to get the left and right rooms to ever sound equal. You're always going to have like a ton gobble low end over here and like no low end over here. So I'm not going to do wide room on this thing. I'm just going into something very specific to just, stay with your point about being willing to, or just, you're dealing with a band that says, hey, we want to try this. Now, if you're the kind of producer that says no, and then tries to explain for 45 minutes why it's not going to work, you just eliminated the fact that you could have probably taken 10 minutes to go try it and maybe ended up somewhere you never thought you would, where you spent 45 trying to convince the band not to do it, and now they're like, more caught up in the fact that you won't even allow them to try an idea. And so every idea after that, they're going to force upon you, and you're going to start, this whole negative rabbit hole you go down of, like, now it's a tug of war. So often you have to just try, this is one of my things where it's so easy to prove by example, one way or another. Either you'll prove yourself wrong or you'll prove yourself right. It doesn't matter. It takes way less time to talk about something. It takes way less time to do it than it does to talk about it. Because a lot of times the talking just gets in the way of the doing. And it's like one of my favorite sayings is, don't think, just do, which is completely contrary to what I just said about thinking before you do, which is when you're in it and you're actually in the moment, don't think, just do. Go. Roll, man. Move. Make it happen. And so that's part of, to say what you're saying is, yeah, you got to be willing to just, allow magic to take you somewhere, because if you do, where you end up might not be where you intended when you started, but it is where you intended, because the finish line ends up being a great result. That's what you want. That's what you start with before you do anything. Be, do, have. Have is, I want to have a great, whatever that is. I want to be able to have a great finished, whatever that is. So that's where, we've all been in those situations in one way, shape, or form where we're told no. And you go, well, hold on a second. No is, not a very powerful word right now, or even why. I mean, why is one of the weakest possible words to ever ask. Why? Okay, well, why? Okay, now I got to think of a bunch of reasons. I don't need a bunch of reasons. I just want to do it. I don't need to explain why. As a parent, it's like your son or daughter or your kids go, well, why? And then you have to go, now I'm gonna be full of shit for the next, whatever, because I'm gonna make up a bunch of shit. Why? Well, why? Well, I don't know why, really. So when it comes to making music and producing and mixing, I mean, why is really the weakest, the weakest question we can ask ourselves. Just go do it. Go give it a shot. Why not? So I try to be the why not guy. I tend to find myself when I'm in a mix, I just did it the other day. It was sort of like a mistake I had. A lot of times I'll put over an insert, on the same insert, I'll put 3 different effects, but I'll, you turn them off, and it's like, oh, I'll try this reverb, and try this reverb, try this reverb. Now, what happened was I didn't realize that I had now cocktailed a couple of effects together, and so instead of listening to just a plate, or just a flange, or just a delay, I had literally not inactive 2 things. And I think I had a flange. It's I created a flanged reverb or something, which at first I wasn't really looking close enough, and I was like, I didn't flanged reverb, and I listened to it. And I always used to in the Rev 7 the reverb flange or whatever. I mean, it was one of those programs when it was in the right place on a Rhodes or whatever it was, it worked. And I just ended up with a reverb flange that was wow, that's really cool. mistake, you know. It was like a total mistake. It's like, so yeah, you got to be willing to just like, you know, and when it becomes a mistake, it's art. It's good, you know. It's like the, you know, this is off on a tangent, but like don't erase mistakes until you know that they're going to be art, and then turn them up really loud, and they are really good art. You know, it's like sometimes the biggest mistake, like the weirdest, like big scrape or whatever the hell, something falling in the whatever, I don't know, make shit up. But you know, but I'm serious. Like turn your mistakes up really loud, and they become like art. Don't hide them. You know, and if they really are mistakes and you can't turn them up loud, then you don't use them. But don't bury them. You know, in your mix. Make them loud and proud. So anyway, that was just a random thing.
Hey Ross, Ben's wife is beating him up about having to go, and I'm putting him on blast. So Ben, get your question in real quick, so you can go.
Oh, I'm sorry, man, if I'm hanging you guys up. I'm.
Oh no! This is good. We got Chuck. He's coming in too, but Ben, hit him up with your question, so you know you can, you know.
All right, I appreciate that, Andrew. Sorry, I'm just gonna cut in line before you. My apologies, because my wife's bashing me over here.
Oh, I can't believe we're almost 3 hours in. This is insane. Yeah.
Hey, Ross, thank you so much. It's been amazing listening to what you have to say.
Well, thank you for listening.
Yeah, a lot of great information, and I like a lot about what you're talking about, your existential perspectives and your point of views on service. That's amazing stuff. My question is basically has to do with psychology and business, the aspect of what we do, how those two things correlate. Because I know money brings up a lot of issues for all of us. You know, our survival hinges on it, and basically, I find that when I'm engineering for a client or mixing or tracking, it's pretty straightforward because the psychology of the money transaction and what my service is pretty straight point. Somebody can take their tracks and go elsewhere, and which doesn't happen to me very often because it's so straightforward. And I just, you know, I'm of service. I take the tracks. I do the best I can with what I got, and it's really easy to be of service in that capacity. And what I get challenged with is when I enter a production deal with somebody, and I have to sign a contract, and then I'm kind of on the hook for this big process. And so I guess my question, I'd like to make that process easier, you know, the producer-artist relationship. And so I guess my question is, when you're sitting down to define if you're going to take on an artist as a producer versus just engineering or mixing a track, or that kind of conversation about scope, timeline, and budget, how you gracefully kind of put the project into a context, and then, you know, you're on the hook for that whole process, and how you can kind of gracefully manage that. So at the end, when you deliver that polished master, they're happy, you're happy, despite all those challenges, and you get to move on to the next project on a good foot. And the second part to that question is, when stuff goes wrong and you're not seeing eye to eye, and that psychology just doesn't pan out, how you deal with, like, you know, when a project just doesn't work and they want to walk with the files, or, you know, do you have a kill fee? Like, how does that not working out happen gracefully?
Yeah, a lot of good stuff in that question, and a deep, you know, that's a deep question. And the first thing is, at the start of it all, like a lot of times, and you guys can probably appreciate this, like when you meet a girl and your first time you go out, you know, like you go out on a date, and like the first month, you're actually not even yourself. And because like that dating thing, you're on your totally best behavior. And then, or she's on her best behavior. And then, like, somewhere along the way, either she psycho boy, or you meet psycho bitch. And maybe you actually dig psycho bitch, or she digs psycho boy. But really, you know, all of a sudden you're like different, or she's different. That doesn't work in production. Like, when you first meet a band and you're not or an artist, and you're really not yourself because you're trying to win them over just like a date, and you're in the dating process, they're going to eventually meet like the real person if they've chosen to you end up like, you know, and then somewhere in the middle of the record they meet like Psycho Boy, or, you know, that can be dangerous to the project. So my first suggestion is like the very first like interaction besides email or text, because texts and emails are so impersonal. They're really great for like, see you at 5, or da 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 da. But there's no inflection. There's no like, I mean, even the smiley face is like, or the love or whatever. It's so overused. You don't even know. Like, I have like 87 different smiles, or 100 or whatever. You know what I mean? So the text thing or the email thing is only good for like setting up an interaction, and if they're out of state or whatever, Skype. Communicate on a really direct level and get to know them and have them get to know you, and understand that honestly, and the artists that are out there listening to me say this, they're not going to like me hearing, they're not going to like hearing me say this. Most artists are pirates. They want to pull their ship up next to your ship, and they want to jump onto your ship. They want to rape and pillage. They want to gut you and leave you on the fucking deck, and then take off with their booty. And so you need to, and I know that sounds really rough and really fucking hardcore, but it is the truth. So if you go into producing with this total kumbaya, love, 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 fucking, oh, we don't need a budget, oh, we'll work it out, it'll all work out, you're just got your head in the sand. Budgets are awesome. You have to have a budget, and you have to have a contingency fee in the budget. So before you go into the studio, so I've created like the ultimate spreadsheet, and that spreadsheet accounts for every single detail down to whatever. And so if I'm going to actually produce an artist, I'm going to sit and we're going to work out a budget where we both agree. It's our basic monetary contract together that I've agreed and you agree, and we both agree that this is what it's going to cost. Because if we don't do that, and it's just some sliding, flexible thing, you can find yourself going down the road, and at a certain point the client's like, well, I didn't want to spend this, because you never talked about it. So you got to do that. So you got to have a budget. So you got to create trust going into it, and the only way to create trust is to be yourself and understand that they may not be themselves, but that's not your gig. This goes back to my philosophy. Relationships are not 50-50. They're just not. They're 100% zero. 100% Ben. 0% artist. Don't expect anything out of the artist, but give them 100% of the real you. And the real you is the person they're always going to know that person. They're not going to meet the other you somewhere along the way. They're going to know you from the get-go. So if you have something totally, like, legitimate to be and say, don't, like, find a way to say it. Like, if you're sitting with an incredibly passive-aggressive, like, by the second meeting, you realize that the second meeting you didn't find your, like, ghost Yankee cap. He goes home, he realizes it's the knife they stuck in his back in that second meeting, and they hung his hat on it. And I'm just being really harsh. But, I mean, artists can be passive aggressive. They're the first people to go. They want you to think that, they want you to like them. So all these kinds of psychology things are really important for you to. I'm not saying go in and be like completely mistrusting of them and all that stuff, but you have to be able to put up these legitimate timelines, a budget, a timeline for, like, the budget says we're going to go track for 6 days. Is that enough time? And the artist says yes. You go, okay. Well, we have in our contingency a 10% contingency, whatever the budget, even if it's 10 grand or 5 grand or whatever it is. So if we go past this line, we can't work anymore. So we know that we have to do this in 6 days. It makes you as the producer make it happen. You got to be prepared. It's on your shoulders, because when I sign off on a budget, I'm responsible for the overage. If it's a label, and if it's just an indie artist, the indie artist is going to say, we're only spending this amount of money, and I go, okay. So if I want to take an extra week to mix, that's my time, because I have decided this project is important enough to me. And I can't feel bad about it, because I'm the guy that is only judged by the result, not the process. So as a producer, unlike the engineer, really, you're responsible for the result. And if the process goes south, you're responsible. The artist is never going to be responsible, even if he is responsible, because you chose to take this on. So you've got to go into this knowing no matter what, you're going to be willing to be flexible enough to make it happen. So at the point that the artist, like, if the artist wants to record lying on his back on a couch upside down, that's where you hang the mic, because you'll get the result out of him if that's what it takes, even if it makes it sound a little weird or whatever. You got to do whatever it takes to get the result. And so going into it, you have to set up the boundaries monetarily. And sometimes what really works is if you're negotiating directly with the artist, then it's really hard for you to be the businessman and the creator. So if you have a really hard time being that, then you got to find like a project manager or a man. I mean, there are actual project managers out there that don't take a lot of percentage. Managers always wanted 15%. They still get 15 or 20%. But sometimes, in a lot of managers, they're lazy, and really all they are collectors. You can have an accountant or someone do that, but have someone be the interface between you and the artist, so all you have to deal with is the creative when you get there. But still, on the other hand, you're hands-on with your manager or project manager. 5% will be the most valuable 5% you ever give away, because you won't have to be face-to-face with the artist discussing money with the artist, because artists don't want to talk about money, and producers who are artists don't want to talk about money. We're artists in the end. I mean, most of us are artists. Our producers, mixers, engineers, we're still artists. So we tend not to be good with business, or, I say we, but, it's the all-encompassing we. I've gotten better, and I think I'm pretty good, but at the same token, I still use, I need someone to be the interface between me, and often if the artist has a manager, I don't even have to worry about that person, because my person's going to deal with that, but it's still all coming back on me. They're not going to... Sorry?
Can I jump in for a quick second?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 'cause I got to run. I love everything you're saying. It's so helpful. Specifically, what a common problem that I find is that artists show up to the table, they say, I want to make a record. And the concept that, I always impart or try to talk about up front is the concept of integrity and honoring your word and showing up at sessions on time.
Absolutely.
Cancellations, all the things that you need to make sure. Look, if you want to make a record, all these things have to happen. We have to create this kind of integrous relationship. And I find a lot of people just don't like to be in a situation that requires integrity of them. I don't look down on them, but I notice that as a trend. And once that starts happening...
Not to interrupt, but yeah, just to say something on that, what you just said to me could sound like Mongolian or French to a lot of people. Like the word integrity is like, that's a word that like almost doesn't even exist anymore in the English language for a lot of artists and a lot of young people. That's a word that like, you know, so when you use the word integrity, it's like but you know how many people you talk to that like, they don't even know what you're talking about and they'll just agree with you. Those are called yes holes. You know, so you got to watch, like when you're speaking French and you think you're speaking English. Oh yeah, right. I'm sorry. Someone's French. I love that. But anyway, so when you're speaking some foreign language and you think they're actually understanding you, that's when you're in trouble. And you're right, dude. I mean, that's the biggest problem you have is like that flexibility to not always have it your way. Man, it sucks, but it's the truth. Like, you know, it's like we want it our way. That's why for me, I'm inside studio where I got to pay hourly. I never do it. I'll never do it because I only do lockouts. Why? Because that allows the artist to show up late and work late. And if I'm working with an artist that I already see going into it, that's going to be, why would I take an hourly and force them inside of an hourly, which is only going to create a bad vibe because they're going to show up late anyway. And then they're going to be rushed and they're never going to get done. That's my responsibility. So in the end, that's my 100% zero concept on this all. I'm 100% responsible. And it's 0% on the artist, and I'm lucky if I get back 50% on, you know. And there are the I mean, shit. There's like the Keb Mo's and the Ziggies, and those are the people that are like the ones. I make a better record with the ones that understand this. So if I go in and I can teach them French before I have to be in there, and I'm speaking French, and they don't understand. I keep using French, but
hey, Bud, I know there's a lot of people that have been waiting. I hate to cut you off.
Keep going, dude.
Just the last.
Here the whole time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The main part to my question, I'm hoping you can just answer quickly, and then I know Max has to ask a question.
No, that means his wife is back there about to get him.
You know, a project goes south. Is there a contingency in your contract, some sort of kill fee, or it's not working out, but they've spent money, they want their money back? Like, how do you deal with the project going south legally when there's a large amount of money exchanged? I guess that's my question. Do they get to walk with the Pro Tools files and work with another producer to finish it off, or, you know, what's the easiest way to navigate that?
You know what? There is no easy answer for that because it used to be tape, yeah, so the tapes were huge and you couldn't carry them out the door and all that stuff. These days everyone's got files, and then, you know, and contracts are only as good as the paper they're written on unless you really want to litigate and chase people down and all that stuff. I honestly, I can only say that if the project has gone so south that both of us, like, they should just go and get out of my life. And if I, you know, it's just not worth it for me. Frankly, going into it, I'll already be at the very least a co-producer if I've, you know, because they're not going to be able to just say you didn't do this, because that will be a fact. And frankly, if they're that in, like, if they're that much, if it gets that ugly, and you have to hire a lawyer, then you do. That's what you do. But in the end, I just don't go into projects with like those kinds of clauses. Honestly, you know, the contract is going to have, it's going to say something to the effect that like they have to, you know, that I get so much up front, and that, you know, that front end is going to cover me to the point that hopefully when we're in the project, there's no question that it's going to be a back end. If it goes so south, I might have to like write off what might have been some back end. Or like there was a time when I was making a record and it did take so long, the singer was never prepared, And no matter what, he came in the studio never prepared. And it got to the point where, you know what, it was getting in the way of me making the next record, which was way more important to me than the record I was making at that point, because that record by then had become a burden to me. So I actually gave back part of my advance to just leave the record. It went the other way. It acted to go away from them. And that has been one of the worst case scenarios for me, to actually be the one that paid them and go, here, you know what, you can have half my advance back because I'm leaving you because you're a waste of my time. So I don't know. It's just like, this is a real dark place in a project. If it gets that dark, there's a reason why it got that dark. And I have to say, you're probably part of the problem, not the solution, that it got that dark. Because you missed something somewhere along the way. Like, you actually didn't get some part of something that went down, and it should probably not have gotten to that place. So I'm sorry to say that that's, you know, for you to keep, like Brian's using the word integrity, for you to keep your integrity, you need to actually leave the project, because it's not healthy for you. It's toxic. So there's no amount of money. Toxic situations give people cancer. So there's no amount of money that would want me to stay in a toxic situation for money. And that's, you know, something that, when it comes right down to it, there's just no amount of money that's going to make that situation worth it. Unless I think that artist is just going to be the greatest frickin' artist ever. And then I will have probably already made concessions along the way that wouldn't even have allowed it to get to that point. So, you know, that's all I can say is go into records with a budget, get a contract, create trust, communicate, keep the artist happy. It's not your music, it's their music. And you know what'll probably happen will be you'll finish projects smoothly, because in the end, instead of fighting certain situations, you'll take the path of least resistance, because you'll say to yourself, it's not worth fighting with this person. They're going to fight until it's not even worth fighting anymore, and it's not worth fighting to begin with. So that goes back to my concept of, you know, anything you resist will persist. So if you're resisting something, it's going to stay there. So, Ben, I hope that was a good answer. I hope your wife doesn't divorce you for hanging out with me. Tell her hi. I see the wife. Wife! No, but seriously, create a great budget. Budgets will thin the pack real quickly. If you got a killer spreadsheet and a killer budget, like if you can put a budget together, that'll make people run away from you, because you're so professional that their lack of professionalism doesn't even match up to yours. They'll go away. They'll just literally, they're not worth it because they can't even hang. So create a really good Excel spreadsheet. Learn how to use Excel and build like the most killer budget when you go into a project, because you're setting up like a monetary contract basically that says, this is what I'm going to do for you. Just like if you're a contractor going to build a house, you wouldn't go in and build a house and go, well, the wood's going to cost you, I don't know what's going to cost you, and you know, we'll get it done eventually, and you know, at some point I'm going to dig this huge hole, and eventually I'll fill it, and eventually we'll get it done. You know, so we're high. You know, we're just a different kind of. We're builders. We're craftsmen. You know, you got to have a budget, spreadsheet, and then have a contract, and then maybe have someone interact if it's really a heavy-duty thing. Like, have someone interact for you. Keep yourself the lighthearted, easygoing guy all the way down the line, if that's who you are. You know, because you don't ever want to be the heavy when you're not a good heavy. And it's hard to be the bad cop and the good cop.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ross. I want to let other people get their questions in, but
thank you so much, Ben, for hanging, dude.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. You're all great.
High five, Ben.
Go
Catch
to
you
your
later,
wifey.
Hey, Ross.
Hey, what?
Hey, I wanted to say thank you so much for doing this. You're the best. And so many of these things I follow on YouTube, on the internet, you know, people doing this sort of stuff, they're all talking about who's using what gear, et cetera, and I liken it to fashionistas talking about who's wearing what designer, but nobody's talking about how do those models get in shape so they look good in that stuff, for starters. And you're doing it. Thank you.
Oh, Chuck, I don't know if you guys know who we're listening to. The most kindest, nicest people, and actually a brilliant engineer. Like when I want to ask a question of the real technical, Chuck knows, but he also knows people. And thanks for saying that, Chuck. And you know the mad mutual respect we have. I think the world of you two, and because we both feel that. I think this is like, you know, what we do is like everyone can sort of like, you know, you got to go out there, and if you're going to put a microphone in front of some cabinet or something or whatever, there's a zillion ways to go do that, you know, and it's really boring to talk about that. That's like, it's, you know, way more just like just go do it. But these kinds of conversations, if we're going to actually take this time to talk about something, let's try to make it like something that makes a difference and matters, or we're just, let's see, whoa, how boring can that get, you know? So yeah, no, I try to actually take that. If I'm gonna sit here and talk, I want to try to say something that I would want to have someone, you know, hear, you know, just. So thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you did. I'll see you next week in LA.
Yeah, when are you coming in?
I'm coming in on Thursday.
What like are you gonna be somewhere Thursday? Are you gonna? I mean, do you know the hangs? There's like a lot of good hangs. There's like
yeah, I'm hoping to find more. I'm coming in Thursday at 10 a.m.
Okay, well, private PM me or email me, or let's just I'll give you the lowdown of what the hangs for like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because there's like multiple really good hangs. So.
Awesome. I'm gonna be staying with Paul Inder.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You guys, there's trouble.
There's trouble. All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
What you said when you first came on, fashionistas, all that stuff, right? Would you come on? Let's set up a hangout. Once this is over, let's set up a hangout so you can do that for us. Exactly what you just said.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all about the why, not the what.
Yeah.
Awesome, bro. Let's do it. As soon as this is done, I'll contact you. Let's set up a hangout.
Sounds good. Thanks, Matt.
All right, bro.
Thanks, Chuck. Much love.
Thanks.
So I'm here for a little. I mean, I could do this, you know, all day, but I just don't want to overstay either my welcome or So let's do this a little longer, and then I'm gonna have to, you know, I gotta do some stuff before the day's over. So.
Okay, and believe me, we have people still wanting to get in. But okay, as far as overstaying your welcome, nah. But so Noise, you and Max had questions for him, and Andrew had questions for him. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll go if that's cool. Hello?
I'm here. Yeah, man.
I wasn't sure if my mic was working. It's been off for that long. I wasn't sure if it died or not. Yeah, it's amazing hangout. Cheers, Ross. Really appreciate it. You're gonna have to watch it again to be able to take it all in, I think. My question really, I mean, it seems I'm jumping back a bit actually, but I noticed like artists you've worked with over maybe a decade or even longer, with speaking in terms of like the philosophy of things. When they come back to you to either reproduce or produce a new record, or to mix a record, and say it's someone like Van Halen who are very kind of set in their style, what would be your approach to kind of drag them up to date, or how would you change what you do to alter their sound if it's already an established act? That's like part one of my question. And then the other part was, if it's a new artist, how would you go about it the other way so you can maybe get them to embrace some of the older creative processes that made the classic records?
So the already established artist, and particularly the ones that you know, like there's some established artists that are really they're the DNA of American recording, like, you know, American music, like, you know, Van Halen is really, really set into our DNA. And oh, Max took off. Hey, Matt, you want to text Max what his question was or something like that, and then because he hung the whole time and then.
All right,
all
right, I'll do that, bro.
Yeah. So, you know, like a Van Halen or a Doobie Brothers or whatever. This is music that's like so up underneath our fingernails, like barbecue sauce, that like I don't want to come in and make the next Van Halen record that people haven't heard in 17 years and have it sound like Skrillex or something. You know, it's like that might work for, you know, some kind of like other kind of, you know. But I'm basically an artist like that. I already know every single song, every single squeak, every single. So I want to, you know, Van Halen. Well, you know, Alex's snare drum and the double-headed 26-inch kick drum and Eddie's guitar sound. Oh, Eddie's guitar sound. Well, isn't that sort of like? I mean, can I do something in my recording of guitars to help his guitar sound? Well, does it need help? No, it's Van Halen, but at the same time, you know, is there something that I can add to this? Does he know about ribbon mics? Oh, no, Eddie never uses ribbon mics. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, we go a couple of days in, and then I, you know, hey, Ed, you use ribbon mics? Well, I've tried them, but, you know, oh, well, you ever put them right up on the cabinet in phase with 57? No, never did that. Oh, hey, you want to check that out? Yeah, man, check that out. Oh, cool. You know, so if I can bring something to the table that, you know, but if all I'm doing is capturing this DNA and helping them make a great record or something that can be stand the test of time, then that's my mission on that. And so, you know, on established, or if it's an artist like Ziggy Marley or Keb Mo or Melissa Etheridge, I just want to keep my aesthetic. My aesthetic is like I like the sound of music in a room. That's part of my personal aesthetic. I grew up playing in, you know, garages and basements and in clubs, and I like this. And I worked on the road with bands, and I like the sound of music in a room. I don't like the sound of a sterile studio sound. I don't like when I hear the instruments and they sound like they were all recorded sort of separately and it's all sterile. And so, you know, I'll bring that some sense of that space or something that I hear to that artist, even though they've got, you know, records and people know, you know, whatever. So there's that sense of that. There's like a Ziggy Marley story I'll tell you, like on like the single called "True to Myself." So I heard his demo of that song, and so ultimately I'm carrying the torch of Bob Marley, in essence, behind me with Ziggy, because, you know, Bob is the most iconic. I think he's probably the most iconic, like maybe Stevie Wonder or somebody like that. But I think Bob Marley's influence goes way beyond music. It's culture. It's empowerment. It's love. You know, one could argue, but probably not very strong. You know, so when I'm working with his son, I've got to have that behind me inside of like my sense of like, you know, there's something powerful. At the same time, I am listening to the song that he has, and now my ultimate musical vision comes, and it's like, okay, I want this song to sound like Motown meets Stax Volt or something like that. Something, because, well, I understand that his dad was way into that. Bob was way into Motown, way into Stax Volt, and way into those kinds of, he was into crooners. But for me, I'm like, okay, I want to bring something to the table here that Ziggy wouldn't have unless I was there. And so I want to bring also hip hop into his thing, because Ziggy actually is not the one that's into hip hop. It's his brother Steven, and it's Damien. So I want to bring sort of a hip hop sensibility to the bottom end. So on the song True to Myself, I had to go search for the kick drum, which I wanted to feel like an 808, but I want it played. I want this drum pattern played. I don't want it to be a loop. I want it to feel like a loop, but I want it to feel like a loop that was played in like Stax Volt or Memphis, Motown or Muscle Shoals or something. Real kind of gritty. So I ended up with an 18-inch floor tom for the kick drum, because that had tone, boom, like an 808, not just boom, not tight and not attacky like rock. So the whole approach I took on this song was the concept of sort of reggae, where you have horns that come in, you have the chick singers, which still goes back to more the soul music, because that's what they were doing. And the ultimate delivery of that song is a mixture of the technical and the emotional. And if you listen to the groove, doom, ga, ga-doom, ga-doom, ga, ga-doom, no crash cymbals like on the top of the chorus or anything until like a little later in the song, and the kick drum that's like an 808, boom. And the snare drum's like a little pie plate because it's a little odd, but I came up with like a Curtis Mayfield kind of guitar hook in the choruses, and because I felt the song needed that, like a lot of songs need. So the delivery of that song is one of my more proud, perfect moments of Ziggy sounds like his dad. It has got sort of a reggae, really fat, rubbery bottom, but matches it sort of with hip-hop. I brought in a bass player that played on a lot of, he came from Detroit, this guy named Reggie McBride. He plays on Keb Mo's record. He's a guy that doesn't overplay. He's one of those guys that goes boom, and he doesn't play on the next downbeat, where it's like doom, ka-doom, ka-doom, and like most players would go doom, doom, do-do-do-doom, doom, do-do-doom. He goes doom, 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 and so it leaves all this space. And my whole intention in that song was found and delivered with the sonics. And so I'm really proud of something like that, where I take an iconic, someone like Ziggy, all that iconic, all that stuff behind him, and give him something that still is fresh but sounds old but fresh. Very proud of that. New artists, I want to bring that same sensibility of the outlier, like the 10,000 hours. Like, you got to put the time into this to make this great. So if we go into a rehearsal studio and they can't play, and they're not willing to put the time in to work on their arrangements or whatever, but I still think they're okay, I'm going to have to say to them, look, when we go in the studio, we may have to chop the shit out of the song, because you guys can't play the song all the way down. And I tell them that basically this is going to be the mixture between a Pro Tools mission and I say, if you don't want that, because a lot of times they'll say, oh man, but we want to record to tape. And I go, well, you can't record to tape if you want to do a zillion edits. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that wants to record to tape and then bounce it to Pro Tools and then do that. If you want to record to tape, record on tape, and we'll stay on tape, and I'll mix it on tape. But I don't believe that tape is like an effect that people, oh man, tape makes it better. No, so I want to do it like old school, like tape. Well, it's like, what does that mean to you? What that means to me is you got to play. You got to know how to play. You want to be old school? Learn how to play your instrument. Learn how to go in and play the song down once and call it a take. You want to do it any other way, then. So I like to bring sort of like the mentality of like a football coach to young kids. I want to inspire you to win, whatever it's going to take. If I can inspire you to win, then we'll win. And if I can't, then I'm not sure I want to do it. Because I don't know if I want to go in deep with kids that they don't have the same understanding yet of, if you say to someone, are you willing to put the time in? And they go, yeah, we are. And then you go, okay, well, this is what you need to do. And they go, okay. That's like a coach that says, okay, you need to run laps. Like when we played football. And, they go run laps, and that's what you got to do. So with young kids, you want to inspire them, and you got to be an inspiration to them, and you got to be willing to get into it with them. And like, I'm willing to go in a rehearsal studio and work on their arrangements and work on their songs, and I'm willing to go in there and show the drummer a drum part, and I'm willing to like grab a guitar and get in there with them, because if I do that, I'll inspire. I'm going to inspire them. I'm on the field with them. But if they don't want to get into it and get on the field, and I'm talking bands, I'm not just talking like an artist. Like, artists are interesting, just the solo artist thing. That's where you have to be willing to deal with people that are generally crazy. Solo artists are usually solo artists because they are outliers. They've locked away writing and doing their thing, and now they're out, and usually there's a certain sense of antisocial, like they're sort of, and so you have to get in the mindset of whatever it is that you're working with as a young person, and you're going to have to be flexible and chameleon-like. I mean, that's just my thing. I mean, I'm not saying a right or wrong. I think there are producers, they've got their one way to do it, and they come out with amazing results, and it sounds more like the producer than the artist. And I'm not into that as much. I think those are amazing records, but it's like I can always hear sort of the producer, not the artist, as much as just trying to serve the ultimate artist. And so those are my two answers on that.
With quite a few of the younger people, I don't want to sound like I'm dissing younger people either, but they'll learn to do like the technical aspects of playing their instrument, but then when it comes to like groove or being in the pocket of the groove, or maybe the maturity of playing the instrument or performing, that's where they're kind of lacking these days, if you know what I mean, and trying to kind of coax that out of them is quite hard to get them to almost let go in a way, because they're very caught up in, I've got to do this bit right, and I'm very technical, and I'm going to nail every bit, but somewhere it's losing a bit of the magic.
Yeah, I mean, I will, on certain styles of music, technical is really important, but for the most part, I'll take a heartfelt performance any day over a technically correct performance. I mean, in the end, we're the only ones that get to solo up the drum track or solo up the bass until we're given the art, until iTunes is selling stems, which is a crazy scary moment, because I mean, when people ask for stems, I'm like, unless you're trying to market this to film and TV, why do you need stems? It's like, so you can go remix my mix. That's crazy. But until iTunes is selling stems, nothing in solo matters. It's all a performance. If you listen to any great iconic piece of music, like Stevie Wonder played his drums and the hi-hat's really loud, but it's like following the vocal, and no drummer would ever come up with that drum part, but Stevie, because he's playing, So it's like music is like it's what happens when it's all together, and so we tend as engineers and mixers to be into soloing stuff and listening to things in solo and hearing all the mistakes. You put it all together and it becomes music, and if there is a problem, then you hear it then. And yeah, if a drummer is so far out of time that he can't play in time, but if he can't play in time to a click and you turn the click off and it sounds great, then he couldn't play the click, but he plays great. So, I don't know if John Bonham, Keith Moon could have ever played to click, particularly Mooney. I don't know. That guy is like all over the place. But what would the Who be without a drummer that's rushing? And what would, so there's certain styles of music that we get used to, and we've gotten really used to drums in perfect time, vocals in perfect pitch, everything gridded. So our ears have actually changed as a composite listen. That actually brought out more like details out of the mixes than I wanted. They remastered the stuff recently, and it used to be congealed on vinyl when I grew up listening to Led Zeppelin. It was all congealed. It was some like a thing, and it was an emotion. Now I'm hearing a bunch of parts again, like the way I don't want to hear it, and whoever remastered it or whatever they did, somehow or other, It's way too defined for me. I liked it a whole lot better when it was blurry, honestly. I didn't need to hear all those parts. It just worked. And so it's an interesting thing when you deal with emotion. Like, you know, when something works, I don't ask myself, like Chuck signed off saying why. It's just because Chuck is a real why guy. He's amazing at why. He knows why shit works, why shit doesn't work, way better than I do. And I studied a lot of electronics, you know. I mean, I decided I wanted to fix shit and build stuff. But I had to sort of forget that stuff because if I think why to get too caught up in the why part of it. And Chuck is a brilliant guy, he can balance that. But I don't want to think about why too much. I just want to think about or you know, that's what I want. I want to hear how I get there, but if I get an moment out of myself, like at the end of a song, I go, I didn't even have to think about anything till I got the end of the song. It's over. I want to hear it again. So to me, that's when things work, you know. And so with young artists, you want to get them to balance the thinking with the doing and get out of their head and don't be overly critical. I mean, that's the most dangerous thing is when the critic and the creator are in the same room at the same time, you know, in the same space. When the artist is the creator and then he becomes the critic, my job is to keep the artist being the creator, and I can be the critic and they don't even know it if I'm doing a really good job at it, because I have to be able to say, that's amazing, you don't need to sing that again, or whatever. You know, to me, that's really important, to be able to, and I said this early on, and I probably went past this, you know, point, but like, you have to listen with your ears, not your eyes, and you have to listen with your ears, not your head. As producers, we tend to think about what we want, and when the artist is creating, we're not actually listening to what they're doing, we're listening to the noise in our head. And then if they do something magical, it escapes us because we missed it. It went right past us because we were only listening to what we wanted, and they weren't doing what we wanted. They were doing something probably better than that, but we never even noticed. So I try to keep myself cleared, like, you know, clear myself of that kind of. So, you know, young artists are you know, it's interesting because the old dog, teaching the old dog new tricks a lot of times is a lot harder than teaching the young pup new tricks. You know, like you work with a Van Halen or a Doobie Brothers or whoever, man, to get them off their dime of the way they always do it, and that takes some serious, like you know, sleight of hand. It's a lot easier to take someone who's an empty vessel, you know. So anyway, that's my answer. People are texting me.
Cheers, Ross.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Our sister Pensado and Angela has come in. She says she's a little bit sick, a little bit hoarse, so she probably sounds like a dude right now instead of this beautiful young, you know, beautiful lady voice.
Hello. Okay.
So at least say hello, Angela.
Yeah, I do sound like a dude right now.
That's cool.
Hi, Ross.
Hi, Angela.
Thank you for coming on and sharing with us. I've been sick for about a week, so I did want to get on here and just say hello.
Well, hi back at you. I'm glad that you popped in. Where are you? Where are you hitting up from?
I'm in Jacksonville or Orange Park, Florida now, and I just moved back here from Oklahoma. I was there for 5 years, so I'm here in Florida. It's much better.
You're in basically Jacksonville?
Yeah, in the Jacksonville area.
Do you know a band called Fusebox Funk?
No, I'm just not getting back from. I haven't lived here since 2005, so it's probably I'll probably find out about them though because I'm getting back into my music scene with, you know, everyone, all of my contacts here. So I'm looking forward to just kind of just getting back and just learning everything around the area now because everything's kind of changed and yeah. There's a lot of music and a lot of talent here. So
Fusebox is cool because they're a hip hop. They're like a live hip hop funk band with horns, and a DJ and a rapper, and they kind of merge it all because there's like a bit of like the rock guitar. There's sort of like this edginess, but I had a lot of fun producing that record of theirs.
I'll be looking them up.
Yeah, they're cool.
That's awesome.
So Matt, is there a question? Did Angela get a question, or was?
No, I don't have any right now.
Okay, you're just saying hi.
Just saying hello.
Thanks for looking out and being part of it.
If you ever hear my voice again, it sounds nothing like this.
Well, it's the sexiest voice we've heard yet today. So.
Well, thank you.
And we've got what does not
Ross,
look
let
like
me
Bob
ask.
Brockman.
Huh?
We've got what does not look like Bob Brockman.
Oh my gosh, Bob!
As Ragu, speak up.
Are you there?
Hey Ross, let me ask.
I just had my mic muted. Sorry, I think I was being careful. But yeah, man, thank you, Ross, for doing this. I mean, I've been a fan. I'm a huge fan of Van Halen, and when you did that album, it just blew me away. You know, it's like I was like basically had tears in my eyes when I was listening to that. So thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, from you. Nice.
Yeah, it's like my whole family like listen to they watch Bollywood movies and all that. Van Halen was my escape, and so when you did that album, it's like all that childhood memories like came back to me, and so you just did a hell of a job on that album, and you just kept like you said, the DNA of the sound, and thank you so much for understanding, because we grew up with the band, and your work with Sheryl Crow is amazing as well, and I love how open your mixes sound, and I've always held that up as an ideal that I should aim towards. So thank you so much.
Well, I'm flattered. Okay, so.
Somebody stumped him?
I'll put that in the bank, man. What am I gonna say? What can I say? I mean, that's the best thing we can do is when someone says, "Hey, you didn't screw that up," because so many people, like you take a band like Van Halen, and it's like everybody is like wants you to fail. Basically, they go. It's a weird thing how people like actually get more juice out of like, not like that comment is awesome. I take that in like, oof. All right, thank you. Because it's weird. It's like people are always like, oh man, you did this to that, and that screwed that up, and it's like, in the end, that's kind of what happened when I read all these comments about U2 and their new record, because everyone was like, kind of all down on it, and I listened to it and I liked a lot of it, and I was like, man, I don't like people that are just critical all the time and shit. It's like, but thank you on that, because I did work really hard. It's a real, those guys, man, they've been doing it a long time, and they've been doing it right a long time, but still so many years go in between making a record for so many different reasons we won't get inside of, because they're all pretty well documented, the differences between Sammy and Dave and this and that and all that stuff. So to go that many years in between records with Dave and to be the guy that pulled you across the finish line, I'm very proud of that. I really am. I mean, anytime you create a result that people can have out there in the world, kind of good, bad, or indifferent, and you did it, we have to be proud of the results. We have to be proud of actually having done something that, took people, better men have failed along the way.
Yeah, I mean, like the fights that they had with Dave and Gary Sharon leaving and all of that stuff, I think it's amazing that you could survive and thrive in that environment, where sometimes it might have been bitter, I'm sure.
Took every ounce of all my people skills. That's why I love Alex Van Halen, because he says something all the time, and something that Alex would be happy I say that he says. Alex always says, the biggest mistake people make about the music business is that they don't understand it's about people. They think it's either about music or business. No, it's about people. And really it is. This job that we do is about people. And we have to try to understand people to be able to make either music or business out of the music. It's really... So, thanks on all that.
No, I mean, like, you know, it's a great community. Talking about people, Matt, I love you, brother. I mean, you're awesome. I mean, thank you for doing all this hangout and ghosts, man. It's like we've been having a few conversations with ghosts about what other stuff, and he was kicking ass and getting all those awards. So, you know, I'm just really happy that the community is here. You know.
Look, bro, you can't come in here making men blush now. Come on, man.
No, man. No, because it's like I remember when, like, you know, nobody paid attention to Pensado students, and you know, it's just like a lot of negative stuff were written, and you know, everybody was like chiming in, but you know, the people making lots of positive changes. It's like you couldn't even have dreamt of something like this maybe even 2 years ago. So it's amazing.
No, this is good stuff. I mean, I appreciate the energy that, you know, Matt puts in. And it's amazing the difference that this makes. Even, I mean, to me, I go up, I watch every episode. Maybe not all the way through. It's really time consuming. But I didn't know about this until you had asked me, and I went and saw a couple of them that you did. You know, this is like epic. Like, I don't know who would want to take the time to sit through me talking for 3-4 hours. This is insane. But I watched Mayor, and it's just good stuff, man. You know, to take the time to commit to people, it's about education. And in the end, that's really the ultimate, you know, the ultimate goal here is that we somehow educate. And in educating, the beauty of education is when you speak, it's an affirmation of the things we believe in ourselves. So those affirmations force me to go continue to live them, because that's what affirmations are. If I say the word integrity in a conversation, now I got to be integrity. If I say, you know, any of this stuff. So this is good. It's good. It's healthy because there's an inquiry going constantly now about the business. We're in a difficult time and place in the business. I mean, creativity is always going to be awesome, but to monetize it is another story. And you got to find a way, if you're going to have a career that pays, to put gas in your tank, got to make money at it. And when, you know, like to go back to like the word association game, if music becomes free and we make music and we don't get paid because it's free, it's what, you know, we don't get to support artists who make music because our craft is going to be diminished. So I think it's
Hey, Ross, can I ask you one?
Yeah.
Can I ask you one question before you go? And this is for the Pensado students, because everyone's going to wonder why no one asked this. Bear with me. Your go-to signal chain from microphone to Pro Tools.
For what?
This is a question that gets tossed around a lot, and everyone's going to wonder why no one asked the legend himself. What is your typical go-to signal chain from microphone to Pro Tools when tracking vocals?
Oh, vocals. You said vocals.
Yeah, vocals.
Okay. Well, didn't I have that long-winded part?
Yep. Yep.
I mean,
you did.
I mean, I did. I went through a very long-winded. Pardon my chewing. My blood sugar's diving. It's been hours.
To your Pro Tools, what is your typical? What are you typically doing?
I had a really long-winded part about the microphone of choice is the microphone for that application. So let's set the microphone part of this aside, because I don't want to go over that again. I mean, because I did. I talked about 49s and 47s and C12s, and you know, you got the Bach, but a Bach 250 is a copy of a 250. A Perlman 47 is basically, you know, whatever. These are, so there's categories of mics that are good for whatever it is that I'm doing in that per se. I'm doing rock, it's probably going to be an SM7, you know, and maybe a condenser next to that for the softer bits. So, all right, so we'll put the microphone aside. I got to, because that's too tweaky. We were there already. Now my mic pre is going to be based in like the color that the mic pre imparts. So we sort of have to say and put categories on mic pre's. APIs have bite because they're pretty fast. The slew rate of an API is pretty fast. That's why it lets the transients through. It's got a lot of bite. Unlike a Neve, which has it's slower. So Neves tend to be a little thicker than APIs. I mean, you would never call an API in general thick. You call it sort of, you know, bright, crunchy, whatever. There's all those words. That's why APIs are really good on drums. Amazing on drums. I love APIs on drums. Like them more than Neves in general. Maybe a Neve on a kick and snare, but not really the snare unless I have, you know, an API 560 EQ or something in there. So on vocals, like creamy, I want, you know, like this OP6 type. I want an old RCA. I want an old RCA pre, or I want a Telefunken V76 or V72. I want something that is already going to impart some size and width. But if that's going to be too dark and too colored and imprint too colored a sound on the microphone that later isn't going to be able to get undone, I will probably go for something very clear and open and uncolored and doesn't imprint very much color. And so the TG tends to be very sort of, for the EMI kind of, the concept of just, it's not brittle, but it's not thick. And it sort of doesn't overly color my choice of microphone. Because if I'm choosing a microphone to have a color, am I going to color the color? And that's where my decision making comes in. Because if your mic pre is going to color the color of the microphone, if it's a color that's going in an opposite direction from where you've chosen as a color for your microphone, then you're sort of becoming, you know, it's like an audio hypocrite. But so I will tend to go with something maybe even more neutral, like a Grace. I got a text back, my buddy. Give me a second. He and I are meeting, and he's wondering why I'm not responding. I just got to tell him to give me a sec.
So transparent Grace, and
like a Grace, Grace mic pre is a Jensen 990 basically, and you know, that op amp, that transformer in the Grace is very neutral, but not like transformer-less like a GML, which I'm no longer really into because that was good when we had tape and the tape colored. GMLs are really fast and completely neutral and almost thin to me now to digital. So if you're going to look at categories, there's the tube category, which, you know, the epitome of that now is the OP6, this huge big box with tubes and transformers. It's really colored but awesome. And then there's like the V72 or the V76, which are the German Telefunkens, and they have these little tubes, but those still are thick and sort of creamy. And then you get into the Neve kind of modules. There's a bunch of Neves. You know, there's people that have been copying Neves, like, you know, Daking and Phoenix and Chandler Neves, and, you know, Neves tend to be a little thicker, a little more colored. And then there's the API, and then there's the EMI, which has more air, and then there's like the really neutral ones like Grace, Great River, Boulder. These are very uncolored and, you know, very good for just like more of a straight wire approach concept. And then on compression, to answer your question, Ghost, I'm a fan of set it and forget it basically on vocals. For the most part, there are so many different ways later for me to color, you know, the vocal. I want to just knock down some peaks, but I don't want to, like, a lot of times, unless I'm making a real commitment. I'm really not a fan of an 1176 on tracking. I love it on mixing, but I don't want to really color yet with the 1176 and get stuck with that. So I tend to like the opticals. I like an LA3 if it's not going to bring in too much sibilance and spittiness. And I really like the Manley L-Op, which again is an optical, but it's fast. Ls are too slow for me, generally, for most things, because unless you're taking off very little with an LA2A, once it kind of goes deep into compression, it doesn't return fast enough for me, and now I'm stuck in there, and I'm imprinting what might be an ovest vocal. And I don't want to do that if I'm going to give it to, if I'm not mixing it, I'm going to hand it off to, you know, CLA or Michael Brower or any of the great mixers, Manny and Tony Maas and all those cats. I want to make sure what they get is like they end up like pushing up the fader and go, oh, this is fucking great. I can do whatever I want to this. Instead of like, oh shit, this is one like serious like commitment that I wouldn't have wanted that guy to make for me. So I don't want to give them something that's such a commitment that they are now trying to get my attitude off unless I'm pretty want that sound. So as far as a compressor, I think the most the thing that can be the worst possible thing is that you overcompress the dynamic off a song. And you know, you can always do that later. Like my Altec compressors, when I mix, they can flatline a vocal, but then I'll put all the rides back in when I mix it. But I don't want to do that to the singer when he's singing the song. If I want to overcompress him, I want to do it with a plug-in to his headphones so he hears his vocal way up in his face. But if I do that and he's going to be a really dynamic singer, he'll end up singing his voice out because he wants to expect himself to hear himself louder as he gets louder. And if the compressor is going to suck all that back, you know, when he's digging in, he's just going to keep singing harder, and he's going to blow his voice out because he's wanting to dig in and get loud on the chorus, and I'm holding him back so hard with the compressor. So you know, you can, if overcompression can not only be a really bad choice as a mix, you know, as a to the mixer, but it can actually kill your singer when he's singing, because when he's trying to get louder, he's getting softer, so he just sings harder. And now he's like, you know, a few vocal takes in, he's lost his voice because you've actually made him sing. So that's one of the things, too, that people don't even think about when they deal with compression, is like how it affects the actual singer's performance. If a singer wants to hear himself way up in his face and super breathy and he sings super light, then you can compress the piss out of him after tape. But I wouldn't want to do that to tape and get all that... You know, every single one of, you know, now I'm going to have to draw all that shit down in Pro Tools. You know what I'm saying? So I like the sound of compression. I love compression. I'm a big fan of compression. I'm just not a big fan of compression to tape, like to Pro Tools anymore, because it's such a different thing. When we recorded to tape, we had to really worry about signal to noise, and signal to noise was crucial. Because if you recorded too quiet and you had too much hiss and you turned that vocal up really loud in the track and it was just hissing away, you were a bad per engineer. So compression was all about getting signal to tape. It wasn't really about imparting a sound. People didn't create the LA2A and go, wow, this is a great tube compressor. You know, I wish I had one of those. It was like that's all they had. So we're in a completely day and age now where you've got this stuff all in your DAWs, plug-in GUIs and all that stuff. But you know, when you go to mix, you have all these choices, whether, you know, I'm into hardware and software. So the simple answer, if I was going to roll back, you know, 10 minutes to you, would be the signal chain. I want to be like, you know, what the doctor takes the Hippocratic Oath or whatever, where it's like, they shall do no harm or something like that, or whatever you know what I'm saying? The Hippocratic Oath is like a doctor's, you know, basically says I shall, you know, do no harm or whatever. I want to take kind of the audio Hippocratic Oath as an engineer and basically say, I want to record records that really don't do, you know, I don't want to damage anything for later, so that a mixer can't undo. But there are things that I'll do, like if I want a really distorted, hyper compressed, I might split the vocal off into like a chain of like guitar pedals and a bunch of craziness. And I'll record that to a track and blend that in, but I'm not going to just print that track. And then when they go to mix it, go, what the heck? Oh my God. You know, so the signal chain that I'm going to create is usually going to be some level of neutral with a bit of a commitment to the end result being like, you know, that OP6 mic pre, which I keep saying, that thing really makes things really super cool sounding. May not be like on every vocal I track, but it's cool enough that if it isn't going to do harm, it's going to do good, if that makes sense. So there's my answer to that. Basically, pick your microphone, pick a pre, and then for me, it's usually a compressor like a LA3 or an L-op, or it might even be a double compression where there's a 160X or something like that. It's just knocking down little quick, like it's super quick, and it just grabs a peak, and it just knocks down a little peak, because on some singers, they're so dynamic, you're going to have to knock them down a couple of times and make two compressors do less work than one compressor. You knock down, you set like a fast compression, but it's just really quick, really just like limiting. And then that goes into the compressor that's like the optical, which is it's fast but not super fast that you hear it pump. But those opticals, they're basically made for vocals. That's what they're made for. They really are great vocal. You know, the LA3 and even an LA2, if you don't go too deep, you know, it's just sort of bouncing. It gives you room later to do stuff.
Okay, Noise, you're next. Go ahead.
All right. So I was going through Ross's discography today, and I was excited to hear certain albums again and all that. When listening to Keb Mo, as soon as I get paid, I just had to ask about your approach to ambiance, because it's just wonderful.
It's what?
The general approach is just that the question popped up at that precise moment, but your general approach to recording or adding or treating ambiance in a track.
Well, I got to think back.
Philosophically, too.
Well, first of all, I really love that record. I mean, I'm very proud of that record. We won a Grammy. I'm still really proud of it. Besides, I'm sorry for chewing. We've been doing this for 4 hours, so I ate at 7:30 this morning. Is worn off. Basically, for Keb Mo, or an artist like that, it's sort of like I want to use different room. I like, what room is he in that song? Is he in a club? Are they in like a room? You know, and even if it's a studio, is it like, so I want to put the listener in sort of a space. And I'm very much into depth of field. That's why I do use compression in different varying degrees, but I never over-compress the mix, because I think if you over-compress the mix, everything becomes like cardboard cutouts. You know, everything's pushed, you know, it's all pushed up in your face, and everything's like cardboard cutouts. So I like to let things breathe, but the things I want forward, I'll compress and put there, and then move them around with maybe a pre-delay and a room. And I don't do things, like I just don't pile on a bunch of stereo effects. Like I like to let the effect follow the space of the panning, you know? So if I'm using a room, I might only pan it like this much instead of just like everything's just wide, and then all the reverb and everything just becomes one big wash. So I like to create spaces for things to be in. And I might often have done that already in the recording of the sound with distance mics or stereo mics, and that kind of thing. And so a lot of times it's a blend because of, like, on a Keb Mo record, I recorded it too. So if I get to record it and mix it, like I was saying earlier, I've already mixed it in my head as I'm recording it because I see that room that song's supposed to be in. And often the room it's in is the room you're recording it in to begin with. Like drums, I'm really big fan of putting drums in the room and recording the room. And then you don't need reverb on drums. Reverb on drums is only when you have to conjure up a sound that doesn't exist. So, reverb on drums is sort of like, it's a bit of hamburger helper on something like, it's kind of already broken. And I know that's going to sound weird to people, but for a really organic artist like a Ziggy or a Mellencamp or whatever, when we get a great drum sound, it's the sound. That's the sound of the record, is that room, and varying degrees of the room. And then how we might treat the snare with, maybe a gate or some other kind of effect on the snare to keep it kind of interesting throughout the mix. But the drums are the drums. Drums just don't sound good with close mics. Drums are... The sound of a drum set is the sound from standing back 6 or 8, 10 feet. So whatever room you record your drums in, that's going to impart a big, big part of what the sound is. That's why we go and find rooms and look around for the rooms that are great, and that helps us in our mixing of the record because you just push the rooms up that are well recorded and the balance between that. And then you can compress them more or whatever. So like that Keb Mo record, we recorded that record between Jackson Browne's Groove Masters and House of Blues, which had a kind of an interesting sound. And it was cut a lot of live tracking. So there's a lot of like live interaction and stuff. So that's kind of my general overview, is like I like to feel like when I'm listening to music that I'm, that there's some sense of space that you can place yourself in some respects as a listener. And that is, I think that helps create a certain emotion. Sometimes it's like really dry because you want that person like right up in your face. And sometimes it's like back there, like there's something, it's great when you put like a really long reverb on like one thing in the mix because it puts that thing way back there and makes it really dreamy and, ooh, that's really cool because it hangs out way back there because everything else is here. So I like to think of depth of field and colors and those kinds of things, and so that's part of my hope when I'm mixing. It's just using that and using compression also to hold things up. But I don't use the compression of the mix bus compression as much as individual channel compression. Let's do this, Matt. Let's pick one like really good closing question, because I really got to jump. I love you guys, and I'd be happy to do this again in some future time. It certainly doesn't need to be the only time we ever do this, but I really do have to, like, not only do I have I got to eat, but I got stuff I got to do before the day's over because it's now 4 hours in on this.
Okay. Well, real quick, did you answer Max's question? I had stepped away.
I saw it come and go. So what was it?
Max had asked, he said, please explain studio protocol that professional producers and engineers expect when working in any room.
Say it one more time.
Please explain studio protocol that professional producers and engineers expect when working. When you go to a studio. And this was actually, you were talking about service, and there was a whole conversation going on, and he wanted to get it in at that time because it actually fit in with whatever was going on. So he was referencing something that you were already saying.
Let me answer this in a way that Max gets his answer, but I also answer this in a way where we can kind of put a button on this whole conversation. I think that the thing that I like to consider I consider myself, with no ego, a professional. So I would hope that, and I haven't been, I haven't stood this test because we're human. We all make mistakes. So I would be a hypocrite to say, throughout my whole career, I've been a professional. Throughout my whole career, I have had a profession, and I've worked in professional environments. And at the times where I may have lost my cool, or there'd been a situation, I look back on those and I learn from those, because the thing that I expect out of myself is that I always conduct myself, and that means that I respect, first off, myself, and then I respect everybody around me, and I expect the same back. I expect that out of my kids. I expect that out of every relationship I'm in. If I'm not treated with respect, it might often be that I'm not treating people with respect, and it's a mirror. So what do I expect out of my environment? I expect professionalism. I expect whatever level of professionalism we're dealing with that day. I expect, for me, I want to show up with a good attitude, well prepared. I want to have done my preparation on everything from my setup to my sample rates to I'm not messy. I don't eat in the control room. I don't like the smell of food in the control room. I think food isn't supposed to be eaten in the control room. I don't think people are supposed to be texting in the middle of working. I don't think assistants are supposed to be reading magazines or on the internet if they're in my control room, because I wouldn't do the same. I want to have unless we're working so many hours that the assistant has nothing to do, and he basically says to me, hey, you don't mind if I, am on my iPad or whatever. But if that means that he's distracted from something and isn't going to do his job, then I go, no, you're part of this session. You're going to stay present the whole time. I just want to treat people with respect and want to be treated with respect. I like a clean environment. I like maintenance. I maintain my own gear. When I go to somebody else's studio, I would hope that it's maintained, or else I don't want to come back. There's things that they fall all under the category of professionalism and being professional. And it means that we take this seriously, and this is not a hobby. This is how I make my living, and I take it very seriously. That's why I say I'm very serious. Let's have a good time. I'm serious about having a good time, And if I'm not having a good time, you'll know it, because my face will show it. I'm like, I'm someone who really ends up being like, man, if you're having a good time, tell your face. It's like those are the things I expect. I expect artists to show up prepared. If I'm producing, if I'm an engineer, I expect producers to show up prepared. If they're hiring me, I expect them not to show up 4 hours late and hold up the session if they're the producer. And when they do, I lose respect for them, and I don't want to work with them again, generally. I don't like producers who are prima donnas. I find that deters from the artist. The artist, in the end, they have the wherewithal to be, no one likes prima donnas, but artists can be prima donnas. You have to allow them. You have to do whatever it takes to make their work environment comfortable. You have to make sure that you have good air conditioning and good lighting and comfortable seats and things that work, cables and all those things. I feel like all those are really important. And so it's a big general answer, but when those things fail, I don't want to come back to the studio. When I've worked in really studios that have amazing reputations, but you can't even trust putting a microphone up on a stand because some assistant dropped. All their assistants, none of them know. It's like when an assistant doesn't know that a tube mic has to be turned off before it's unplugged. I don't want them touching any of my gear. So I like assistants that actually, if they don't know, they're willing to have me tell them. And if they do know and I trust them, that makes my session even better and great. And so it's a team effort. Team efforts are great when you have a team. But if you have weak links, will get rid of somebody if I feel like he's a weak link. If a guy is constantly, like one of the things for assistants, like, Goats can appreciate this, is like, guys that don't know when to walk into a room, they just walk into a room. And so all of a sudden when they walk into the room, it's sort of like puncturing, the air gets punctured because they walked in at the wrong time. Instead of hanging outside the door, knowing that, okay, it just got quiet, and they're not rolling tape, okay, I'm going to walk in. People are talking. You don't know what they're talking about, and the systems. So all that comes out under professionalism, and you give people like a chance. Okay, 1 strike, 2 strikes. Sometimes I don't give people 2 strikes if I gave them 1 strike, because the second strike could end up making me lose, like the performance or the vibe or whatever. So there's a side of me that can be really easygoing and super fucking mellow, and there's a side of me that can be really like intense, because I am somebody who has very high standards. Not unlivable. I'm not that guy, because we all know that guy. That guy is really lonely because no one meets his expectations or his criteria. But I got high standards, and I want everyone around me to have that. So if I say to someone, man, don't eat in the control room, and the next day they're eating a burrito in the control room, I'll throw them out. I'll just throw them out, and I'll go, look, go. You didn't hear me. I'm not giving you another chance on that one. It's like I have certain things that really disgust me. Like, I don't like sitting there smelling. When I'm now if I'm an engineer, that's the other side of it. Like, I go down to Miami and I got to work with, I got to work with Damien and Steven and stuff. Now, for me, it's like when the room is just completely filled with weed. Now, that's not my world as a producer. I would just say to the artist, hey, look, you got to, go smoke that elsewhere. But if I'm engineering in a culture of reggae, where weed is part of the culture, I better be able to deal with that. And if that bums me out, I better not be there. So you can't impose your rules on people if they're going to be overbearing. So that's a balance that we all have to walk. Because like the food thing in the control room, I don't get to have my way when I'm just the engineer. I might say to the producer, so working with Steve Lillywhite a couple months ago, and Lillywhite, and we both said it at the same time. We ordered food, and the guy came in with the bags of food, and I was like, don't, and he goes, don't bring that in here. And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he goes, that's right, because he's like, you, and we just high-fived each other, because Lillywhite is the same way as me. He was like, yeah, don't bring that food in here. Because the control room's like a sacred space, and I like to keep it that way. I like to keep the creative space sort of a sacred place, and to have that kind of attitude about it. Honestly, would you bring like a burrito into church and sit and be munching on a burrito on your, during Sunday, like priests would like look at you like, what are you doing, man? Wake up. So, I mean, honestly, it's like that's kind of my mentality about this all. It's like we get the right to work in a very sacred place and still be serious about having a good time. So we got to balance that out and be prepared and be ready for magic and have a good time doing it and kick ass doing it, and have make as many friends as we possibly can, not enemies. But if someone I pissed off somewhere along the way wants to hold it against me, I probably would today say to them, I'm sorry, and still, you deserved it, because it's been a long time since I've made really stupid decisions, honestly. There have been people that along the way I've had to say, you're not ready, and they get pissed. I've had to put a band in a room and basically say, you can't leave here until you guys work this out. And if you don't work it out, then we can't make this record. And they're like, man, you're such a hard ass. But then at the end of the record, they go, man, it's the best record we ever made. Because if you push people past their comfort zone, then, sometimes they'll actually do their best work. If you leave them in their comfort zone, they'll just drop to the lower common denominator. So I want to be driven by my own goals and levels and by the people around me. And that's why I constantly look for talent, more talented people. You know, I like to be surrounded by talented people that cause me to think and stay vibrant. You know, it's really, so that's what I look for. You know, I look for that on any level, all levels. So.
All right, bruh, do you have any upcoming seminars, any like ones we can pay to go to, or anything like SAE type events coming up?
I'm probably going to be, the next one that I know of is SAE's got me talking at the NAMM show. You can see with Bridge about, she's putting that together. She asked me to do that. But right now I'm taking off in a week to go help Flogging Molly start their new record. We're going to go to where Dave King, the leader of the band, lives in Detroit with his wife Bridget, and we're going to go camp out there for the rest of the month and set up live in a studio. And they're going to write, and I'm going to coach, and we're going to kick ass with some crazy, wild, Flogging Molly Celtic punk, and it's going to be a blast. So I'm going to be gone for a while, and then back, and so I'm right now. You guys had me, and I'll, if there's something that comes up, I'll let you know. But what's on my schedule the next few months is Flog Molly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gordon, Good Luck, and DJ Five from Pensado students wanted me to make sure I said hello to you for them. And Will and Joseph, make sure you guys say hello because he's about to head out. Make sure you say hello to him real quick.
Is Will there?
Yeah, Will is right here. How you doing?
Oh.
Hey man, I hopped in here at the last minute, and a lot of things that you said about your rules in the studio definitely changed my outlook upon how I run my own studio. So.
Oh, good, cool, man.
That's amazing.
Well, it's been an honor, Matt, to hang with you. I'm welcome. I'm happy to do this again. In a few months, whenever it makes sense. This was a blast for me. Not blasphemy, but it was a blast for me to put up with my blasphemy. See, I like to laugh. I laugh at my own jokes, even though they're terrible. There's, you have to have a sense of humor. And Will, you didn't get to ask a question. I'm glad that you guys all hung with me, and Matt. Once again, I'm going to say this to shout out to basically, like, I know Matt from Pensado, from meeting him through Pensado's students and him taking video and being around. And, that's the best we can do in all of this is stay students. Even as a teacher, you're a student, and as a student, you're a teacher because you're teaching the student, you're teaching the teacher. The students are a big part of what makes a teacher because he has to stay in question all the time, because if he's just doing things by rote and answering things by rote, the students are going to know and they're going to call him out on it. So for me, that's what teaching is all about. I'm always, this is never ending. We're in this permanently in the soup, and things like this just keep it that much more real for me. The fact that we're all asking the same questions, and we have different answers and different philosophies. But there's no right or wrong. There's nothing I said today that is like gospel. It's just my opinion. So that's the bottom line. There's nothing that I said today that I want you to walk away with and say it's the only way to do it. It's just how I deal with it and how I do it. And if that helps you, do it your way, then I was of service today, and it made a difference. And that's all if I'm going to spend 4 hours just, talking a bunch of stuff, if it just causes you to think about it, then it's been successful. So that's that's the most I can ask. So.
All right, Joseph typed hello and thanks because we'll end up holding you up if we don't go ahead and let you go. And is there any last words before you head out?
No, man. I have said it. I keep saying it, and it's just it's the it's the same thing. It's like we're all in this together. We all have kind of we're in a creative soup, and we're in this humanity, and that's we're if you get to do music and make a living and do that, or something, whether it's video or whatever it is, some creative, we're blessed, man. We're so blessed to do this, and don't ever take it for granted. There are people that are so much worse off than all of us, and don't sit around comparing yourself to others either. It's a real trap. There's always someone doing worse than you, and always someone doing better. So if you compare yourself, it'll bring you down if you look at the guys that are doing better, because you go, I'll never do that well. And then the ones that are doing worse than you go, oh man, I'm doing so good because he's sucking. Either way, it's a trap. You're just doing what you're doing, and you can always do it better. But we're blessed to be doing creative, a creative field, and have the chance to sit around here like this and talk about stuff. We're not curing cancer, At some point in the world, maybe our music gets to cure cancer, but no, I'm not curing cancer. I'm not. So to take it at the level when I say I'm serious, no, doctors, firefighters, people, if they get thrown into war, that's serious business. We're making music. We got to understand that. So if you take it on the level like your gig is important, but if you make it over important to the point that it's like you're freaking out over something stupid, that's when you have to catch yourself and go, hold on now, here, and in the end we gotta be having a good time doing it, because if we're not having a good time doing it, someone else should be doing it, because people aren't going to sit and listen to your music if you struggled and hated yourself doing it, honestly. So those are my last parting words of wisdom, and I really respect all you guys for hanging. Really nice to put people's personalities with the face. This is a cool thing. Bill, respect on you, my brother. Thank you for hanging.
Good to see you, Ross. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, and back at you all. So I hope to see you guys in person. If you guys are at AES or something, pull me aside and go, hey, And once again, Matt, thanks a lot. I'm going to sign off, and I'll just say, you guys have a great day. Peace out.
Thank you, bro. Take care. Peace.
Okay. Now, how do I sign off?
Bro, this was great. You kicked ass.
All right.
Flat out kicked ass. We're about to go back and watch this several times, posting in Pensado students. And like I said before, one of the cool things is any information that you cover, if somebody's having an argument in there, we can just post this link and say, you need to watch this, and so that they can, learn. But like this, even us, we'll go back and rewatch this because there's just stuff we missed, or we'll be able to pick the information up later because we weren't ready for it. But so yeah, bro, you kicked ass. So
all right. Well, much respect and much love out there. All right. Peace out, everybody.
All right, bro. Peace.
Yeah.
See you, man.
See you guys later.
See you later,
Thank you,
fellas.
Matt.